can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't wanna hit you no more. Love her I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
finds the angle to do so.
Herald dropped as well.
Alongside. Oh! Wrist, you absolute beast!
不要是第2名就好，因为职业选手啊，感觉只有第1名才会被大家看见。
Absolutely manhandled, flashes away. It's going to be Maple turning up.
Oh my lord!
But Rest is happy to take the fight. Maple will eventually find it. Will he?
일단은 저희가 오늘 마지막 경기가 될 수도 있는데 이제 저희 입장에서는 절대 물러설 곳이 없고 그래서 반드시 이겨야만 한다고 생각을 해서 지금 당장은 이길 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요.
You can see the smiles on their face. They've made playoffs. They get to fight. They get to look towards Worlds. They could be one of the 3 teams the LCP sends over there.
Như đã nói trước đó thì việc mình chưa bao giờ giành được một danh hiệu nào thì lần này cái điều đó rất là thúc đẩy mình và các đồng đội để giành được danh hiệu đầu tiên ở tại LCP lần này.
Ricochet is really ripping through those health bars forward. Will go Histo, but he's going to be taken out immediately. Look at the CC. PSG finding it, but the damage is down for Mini. The triple comes out yet again, and Bob in the meanwhile shredding through the top lane.
Việc thúc đẩy em ngay lúc này có lẽ là tất cả những người đồng đội cũng như tất cả những các bạn khán giả ở Việt Nam lúc này.
Divide.
如果能拿到 LCP 的第1座奖杯意义的话，很非凡吧。毕竟打职业就是想要拿到最好的成绩。
Most likely going to go down. Nice flash, gets him clear of a lot of the damage. And then comes Carson. Arya might be the next target. Arya's taking a lot of damage himself. Flashes away, but he's going to get taken out by Carson. And so strong on this Pantheon, he's going to be able to continue forward. Woody finds a nice knock up and finds an even nicer one there onto Citrus.
Việc nâng cấp của giải đấu LCP thì đối với mình thì sự rất là quan trọng, tại vì kể cả mùa đầu tiên kích ớp và mùa xuân thì bọn mình đã không có được gọi là cơ hội để mà nâng cấp, thì cái việc mà nâng cấp giải LCP lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất là lớn với đối với mình cũng như cả đội, là sẽ là lần đầu tiên được du lịch giải LCP và sẽ có được nâng cấp.
Carry the darkness into the light. I'm a renegade. I carry the darkness.
김팬딩 챔피언이 노원띠를 보여줍니다. 태원입니다.
왕관의 무게. 지금 생각해보자면 사실 왕관 자체가 그렇게 무거운 물건은 아니라고 생각하거든요. 그렇게 무게를 느끼는 건 저는 본인의 마음에 달려있다고 생각을 하기 때문에 그다지 무겁다고 생각하지는 않은 것 같습니다.
좀 초반 템포가 굉장히 중요하다 생각했어가지고 맵을 넓게 쓰면서 파이크를 몇 번 해봤는데 제가 생각했던 대로 게임 흐름이 편해지는 것 같아서 이제 대회에서 기용하게 됐습니다.
다이브 당하기 전에 좀 그런 핵심을 잘 짚어내는 것 같고요. 작년 월드 때 나르가 굉장히 성능이 좋았었어가지고 자신 있게 뽑았던 것 같습니다. 바위 같은 경우에 이제 강제력이 좋다고 해야 되나? 그래서 그런 부분에 있어서 상대방이 이제 뭐 스틸을 하려고 하든 아니면은 싸움을 하려고 하든 그럴 때 바위 궁극기 같은 걸로 걸 수가 있기 때문에 그런 점이 조금 강점이지 않을까.
캐리아 선수가 파이크로 칼날비를 들었어가지고 저도 그거에 맞춰서 좀 압박을 줘야 된다고 생각해서 칼날비를 선택한 것 같습니다.
우리 팀 위치나 상대팀 위치가 좀 복합적으로 생각하는 게 많아서 어느 정도는 좀 계산하는 것도 있지만 좀 감각적으로 하는 것도 많은 것 같습니다. 세세히 다 얘기해서 뭐 그렇게 상황이 나왔다기보다는 그냥 제가 순간적으로 걸었을 때 팀원들이 저를 믿고 잘 이제 호응해줬던 것 같습니다. 작년 월드 같은 경우에는 증명했다라는 기쁨보다는 저희가 이제 또 다시 해냈다라는 기쁨이 컸던 것 같고 작년에 되게 어려운 한 해였다고 생각했는데 이렇게 마지막에 또 우승할 수 있어서 기쁜 마음밖에 없었던 것 같습니다.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day? You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Darkin. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand and see how your story ends.
이번 스킨의 핵심 테마는 무게를 견뎌낸 챔피언들입니다. 단순히 승리한 팀이 아니라 압도적 기대와 무게를 이겨낸 팀이었기 때문이죠. 이 무게를 상징적으로 담아낼 수 있는 가장 적절한 세계관이 중세 유럽 판타지였습니다. 왕관, 기사, 권위, 그런 구조를 통해 Heavy is the Crown이라는 월즈 앤 썸턴과 맞물리게 되었죠.
번개의 신 제우스를 스킬 이펙트와 미니나르 분메랑에 넣었고요. 변신했을 때는 거대한 느낌을 주지만 그렇다고 또 너무 과하진 않게 잘 나온 것 같습니다. 강력한 짐승 같은 거대나르의 번개 힘이 흐르는 모습을 보여드리고 싶었습니다. 월즈에서 플레이한 제 스타일의 나르를 스킨으로 잘 표현해 주신 것 같아요. 나르한테 좀 안경을 씌워놨는데 좀 그게 재밌는 것 같습니다. 제가 월즈 우승하고 트로피에 머리를 한번 찌은 그런 사건이 있었었는데 그거를 귀한 모션에 잘 녹여주신 것 같습니다. 와, 살아있네, 메가나르가.
말을 하지 말고 맡기자. 그래서 저의 말을 들으면 들을수록 더 이상해질 수도 있어요.
이 토템 목걸이에도 있는 호랑이를 디자인에 넣어달라고 요청했었습니다. 단순한 장식 요소를 넘어서 제 상징으로서 호랑이를 담을 수 있도록 무기 자체 디자인을 멋지게 해석해 주셨어요. 귀한 모션에서 유니폼을 이제 어깨에 걸친 형태를 제가 희망해가지고 제 아이덴티티를 최대한 많이 스킨에 넣고 싶었었습니다. 잘 나온 것 같습니다. 괜찮은 것 같은데요?
2024년 같은 경우에는 저희가 디펜딩 챔피언으로 다시 우승한 한 해이기도 하고 조금 무게감 있는 그런 스킨이 나오면 좋겠다라고 생각을 해서 그런 좀 그림자라든지 되게 좀 묵직한 느낌을 많이 주려고 했고요. 팀으로서의 그런 날카로움 같은 것들을 좀 많이 보여주려고 최대한 좀 뾰족하게 그런 것들을 잘 살렸던 것 같아요.
저는 그 귀한 모션 할 때 그 뭐 홀로그램처럼 그 추억이 나온다 했잖아요. 이거 워즈에 좀 서사가 있었습니다.
구마유시 선수의 제안은 제작팀에게 영감을 줬습니다. T1 스킨 제작 전반에 큰 영향을 끼쳤죠.
저는 스킨 전반에 회색, 흰색 톤을 최대한 활용하길 원했고요. 디자인은 약간 유럽 조각상처럼 조형적인 느낌이 들었으면 좋겠다고 말씀드렸어요.
회색, 막 흰색, 검은색 이렇게 해가지고 여기 유럽이니까 막 박물관이 그런 예술품들 그런 컨셉을 생각해.
일단 개인적인 생각이라고 말해주세요.
모두의 생각이 아니고
전체적으로 이번 스킨 시리즈가 무게를 견딘 자들에 대한 이야기인데 바로스는 그 무게를 겉으로 드러내지 않는
이미지나 스킨적으로만 표현했으면 좋겠어요. 뭐 숨은 의미 막 그렇게까지는 안 봐도
빨간색 느낌이 되는 게 멋진 것 같고 스킬들도 좀 세 보여서 좋은 것 같아요. 그리고 제가 바로스 WQ로 바론 스틸을 좀 했었어서 귀한 모션에 바론 피냐타 이렇게 터트리는 것도 들어가 있고요. 크로와상도 제가 맛있게 먹었잖아요. 그 요소도 잘 살려주셨습니다. It's good.
되게 간지나고 멋지고 좀 진지한 분위기를 나타내는 느낌을 많이 원했던 것 같고
단지랑 마스크를 쓰고 있었으면 좋겠어요.
멋진 마스크, 멋지고 스타일리시하게 이제 또 요즘 사람이다 보니까는 좀 스타일리시하게 부탁드렸던 것 같습니다. 어깨 장식 같은 게 좀 뾰족뾰족하고 좀 높게 올라가서 이제 포인트를 줄 수 있으면 좋겠다고 생각했고 무기 디자인도 더 날카롭고 긴 진짜 칼처럼 그런 형태를 이제 또 희망했습니다. 파이크가 살생부를 딱 펼치거든요. 그림을 자세히 보시면은 무슨 챔피언인지 이제 잘 알 수 있을 거예요. 파이크의 꽃이 또 이제 궁 표시라고 생각하는데 그런 표시들이 또 T1의 상징인 붉은색으로 이제 이펙트들 나오고 그리고 좀 너무 붉으면 또 안 되다 보니까는 은색 같은 걸로 좀 같이 곁들여서 나왔는데 제가 생각했던 것보다 훨씬 궁 표시가 예쁘게 나온 것 같아가지고 너무 만족합니다. 초월급인데 이 정도면?
이번에는 사일러스인데 여러분들이 또 결승전에서 저희 플레이를 많이 좋아해 주셔서 스킨이 나오게 됐는데요. 이번 스킨은 사일러스 스킨 중에 처음으로 양쪽 팔의 사슬이 서로 다르다고 합니다. 그 이펙트를 딱 봤을 때 되게 작정하고 멋있게 만들어 주신 것 같습니다. 더 어둡고 더 위압적인 느낌을 많이 살렸습니다. 귀한 모션에서 왕관이 불타면서 해방되는 듯한 액션이 있는데 그런 게 사일러스의 멋을 많이 표현한 것 같아요. 제가 파이널 MVP가 될 수 있게 많이 도와준 사일러스 프레스티지 스킨도 많이 사랑해주세요.
2024 월드 우승의 감동을
팬 여러분들이
다시 한번
느껴보셨으면 좋겠습니다.
감사합니다.
part of the game. Open up your eyes and know that these will never be the same. Hold up, free, black king, black queen. We on the road to equality. Be who it is that you wanna be. Put your fists in the sky, we can let freedom ring. Lift your voice up high, let freedom ring. See the bright sunshine, let freedom ring. Better by and by. Let freedom ring. Free from the lowest valleys to the mountains I sing. Oh, let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. When it's all said and done, we shall overcome. Finish this race with one, facing the rising sun, and we shall march on till our victories won. Free, black king, black queen. We on the road to equality. Be who it is that you wanna be. Put your fists in the sky, we can let freedom ring. Lift your voice up high, let freedom ring. See the bright sunshine, let freedom ring. Better by and by. Let freedom ring.
Never chose to lose my head this soon, but I never had an ex like you. Call you on a late night, might get through. Do you feel it too? Does he tell you slow down, don't rush? Does he let you go when you speed it up? When you wake up, does it feel like love? 2 a.m., does it feel like us? Are you thinking of me? Some day like this, when you stroke your hair as you go to sleep. I've been wishing your eyes so when I shut my eyes, just a little more love and a little less time. A little less time. A little less time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the season finals playoffs here of the LCP. It is such a pleasure to bring it to you. I will be your host, Vestian. Alongside me, it is Blue Panda, and some exciting games going on tonight. DFM finally making into the playoffs here in split number 3, and of course going up against Team Secret Wales are going to have a tough task ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, truly, third time is the charm, it would seem, for DFM. Unfortunately, the same could be said for Team Secret Wales, who have been to playoffs 3 times now. Both times it has kind of been an unfortunate run because they've then met up with GARM and things have gone a bit awry. But for DFM, given how they've looked recently and given Team Secret Wales' history when it comes to playoffs, there is an argument that could be made that DFM somehow might take this win.
Yeah, I think realistically coming into it, you're always going to favour Team Secret Wales because while DFM have recently looked a little bit sharper, of course they've made it to the playoffs for the first time, still not feeling like the same caliber of team as Team Secret Wales. Now Citrus in the jungle has looked phenomenal, especially on those assassin picks. So if he is going to go towards them, it could be very interesting because Histo as well for Team Secret Wales, while not playing the assassins necessarily, has been playing quite a lot of the more aggressive style of jungling, right? He's really in your face, really brawly, as you see Team Secret Wales here on your screen. Pun, Histo, Dire, Eddie, and of course Taki in that bottom lane is a very, very scary roster.
Yeah, and one of the big ones worth highlighting, Dire. Now, this player caused a bit of controversy with your your standout team of 2025 picks, and I think I agree with you there. Consistently throughout this year, he has looked like the best mid laner in the competition. Hongq great start of the year. He's young, he's still early on in his career, but on the whole, not quite as good as Dyer has played on the Rift domestically. And of course, DFM coming in, like you said, Citrus, these new fresh picks that he's bringing out in the jungle to open up the team. And Arya unleashed this split looking like a man changed.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, DFM going up against them. I mean, it's just always going to be so exciting to watch Arya play, right? This guy is very, very exciting to watch, just because you never know if he's going to fully take over a game. He's made every single pick he's played the split look really good. Now, his Rise consistently gets very fed and never really finds a win, which is somewhat of a concern, whether it's because of him, whether it's because it doesn't pair well with his team. I'm not so sure, but the team as a whole, I think now that Citrus is sort of finding that confidence to pick these assassins, has looked a lot better. So I'll be interested to see here, now that they are in the playoffs, if he continues that confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we have seen that steady ramp up of finding someone who can match pace with Arya to help get these victories over the line for the team. Citrus being that man, of course, and it seemingly just unlocks the rest of the Rift as well. We're seeing Ray really step things up. Even the bot lane down Karkut and Harp have really been stepping up. And it seems that Citrus is that final piece of the puzzle, but their opponents, Team Secret Wales, have looked like just a completely different machine when it comes to the regular season. You've got to imagine that they have carried on that form this time around, because you cannot go to playoffs 2 splits in a row and then expect to, you know, have the exact same thing happen again. This is where they need to put their foot down. They need to step it up, especially given that they are risking missing out on a home crowd grand final if they don't, you know, make it that far.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Worlds as well, of course, you got to mention, right? But this split, more so than the others, they're in a better position because they did finish a higher seed, finishing in that 2nd seed. And instead of matching up against Garm immediately, they are against DFM, who I think, just objectively speaking, have looked like the weakest of our playoff teams. Now, does that mean it's going to stay that they are the weakest of the teams? Not necessarily, but you have to expect that coming in more so than gambling on the fact that they might have just randomly leveled up to a very, very high degree. So I think coming in, Team Secret Wales should be heavily favored, but there is always just that thought in the back of your mind that, yes, DFM has been getting better.
Plus, just playoffs brackets and Team Secret Wales just don't seem to work. So, look, it's definitely a weighted possibility. You're probably looking 75-25. I'd give DFM a 1-in-4 chance of potentially taking this away, but I want Team Secret Wales to find the continued success that they've shown out of the group stage in the regular season to that transition into the brackets.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's all going to be very exciting to watch. It's our first game here of the playoffs. We are going to go to the Riot fist bump. Once we're back, though, we'll get into the action.
Carry the darkness into the light. I'm a renegade. I carry the darkness.
Well, it is time for the season playoffs here, and what an exciting time it is. There are 3 tickets to Worlds on the line. There are 3 tickets to Da Nang on the line. It all kicks off here. Team Secret Wales up against DFM. Again, we said at the top of the show, DFM, after 3 long splits, have finally got their playoffs berth. Now, how much can they make that matter?
I just cannot believe we come out of that. You just, that cinematic. It takes me right back to the mid-2010s when we started getting those world cinematics, these iconic players. But I mean, getting to see the likes of Arya he definitely feels like he's deserved it. And coming to the stage now, Ray, coming into this, and it looks like Hero will be starting.
Yep. So Hero coming out here for the first game at least in our best of 3 again. Here for the side of Team Secret Wales. Now, there has been a little bit more swapping between the two top laners here for Team Secret Wales recently, adapting more of sort of what we see out of CFO. However, they typically, if their top laner does play well, keep him in, whereas CFO, regardless of how well someone plays, the substitution does generally come through.
Yeah, absolutely. It's in the best of 5s, that does tend to change. So there is possibilities, but in the mid lane, I mean, look, I think of the roles on the Rift, this and the jungle, are, in my mind, are the most easily matched. Arya's not quite at the level that Dire is, but he's darn close. When he is hitting his form, is just an absolute monster. Down in the bot lane, Eddie and Karkun, probably the biggest mismatch on the Rift. Eddie has just gone from strength to strength this year. Karkun, to his credit, has really leveled up this year, but it's still just such a hard position for him to find himself in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think overall here in the LCP, AD carry tends to be the strongest of our roles, where, especially in the top teams, all of them are reasonably comparable at how good they are. And so it does make it hard for one of those bottom 3 teams that have been so consistently struggling to find their footing in that bottom lane. But here the coaches coming onto stage, obviously the brains behind each operation there, and I mean, just, it's so good to see DFM here, because you saw how emotional Paz got at the back of their first win against SHG. They then went and did it again back-to-back to be able to actually make it here into the playoffs, and it just looked so meaningful for them, and you could see just the raw emotion from them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen a lot of emotion this year from players, and it is just such a privilege, even when it is a loss, just seeing how invested these guys. You look at Garm in particular, TK and the team, just how much it affects them. Even though they qualified to MSI, they still lost, and it still hit them that hard. But yeah, it's an interesting one. Coming into the draft, and you talked about it, AD carry is definitely one of the hardest roles in this competition. And ironically enough, the team that won the OPQ, the Oceanic qualifier towards that promos, is a former LCP bot laner at the helm.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we don't need to talk about that yet. That's a month away.
Yeah.
We got playoffs to get through first. Here's Team Secret Wales, I believe, being the highest seed, did get themselves that side selection. So we'll have a comfortable start to the series in terms of that. But I mean, honestly, I'm starting to care a little less about the side selection. I think, realistically speaking, it hasn't made the biggest difference in a lot of our series. Now, there have been some that have just been won out by the blue side, but I think those are a little bit few and far between.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it has sort of ebbed and flowed, but not in a way that really tracks it statistically, because obviously seeding having more of a role to play this split compared to others, compared to those 1v1s.
Yeah, absolutely. And a very interesting thing to watch out for, of course, in this draft is what will Citrus be playing. Again, looks so good on the Talon, looks so good on the Zed, in the Nocturne as well. If he is able to pick up one of those champions freely, you could probably expect some big things. Now, one of the highest contested picks between the two, Nocturne, where Histo and Team Secret Wales play very well around the champion. Obviously, utilizing the Nocturne-Orianna combo exceptionally well, but the same thing can be said for DFM. So if those two champs left open, and it's not selected in blue side first pick, you have to imagine whoever's on red side, which I believe is DFM, would be just picking up that combination in the first second.
Yeah. Side selection. To touch on what you were saying earlier, coming out of the season finals into the playoffs, 60-40 split blue side, and pretty much tracks with first Herald and first Tower as well.
Right. There you go. There is only one Herald, so first Herald, you'd imagine.
Yeah, but when 60% of them are going blue side, it tends to lean. I mean, it's what we've been seeing. A lot more priority around that top side. First Baron, 70% blue side.
There you go. Looks like we're headed now into our draft phase of our first playoff series. So we're going to have the Aurora, the Nico, Yunara, all very valid bans coming through from DFM, who are on the blue side. Team Secret Wales take away the Wukong, the Talia, and Nocturne will be that last one. So Orianna on the table. Arya and Dire really both liking that champion. Is it worthy of a blue side first pick? Not so certain, but it definitely, you can make the argument for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the problem being is handling that dire counter pick? Do Team Secret Wales look to hold that a little bit longer? Did DFM just blind pick a mid and hope that they, Ari is just that confident that he can play into whatever they're doing. And Oriana, it's going to be taken first round.
I think not too surprising considering the priority that both of them have on this champion. So immediately removing it, not only from this game, but the entire series, and getting it for yourself is always going to put yourself at a pretty good position. Now, second picks to come through, or first and second for Team Secret Wales.
Absolutely. I mean, Wukong Nocturne, to your big pairings with the Oriana are gone. We do see this Trundle quite often. Rise for Dire. So both champions that have been played to great effect by both mid laners for DFM and Team Secret Wales. Dire, I think, a little bit more effective as of late. And Jarvan coming in. That is going to be a little bit scary for Aria.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Cataclysm obviously doing a really good job against these immobile carries, and Oriana being one of them can find herself pretty susceptible to this Jarvan. However, it's not the greatest in the world. Generally, these AP champs, you get the Zhonya's that can kind of counter out a bit of what Jarvan wants to do, but that is still nonetheless later on into the game. So jungler most likely will come through here, and maybe even looking for a support before the second phase, but if there is a priority top, you wouldn't be too surprised to see it here. And AD carry actually getting picked up for Karkun. So again, I mean, the Corki priority has just continuously risen, largely because of just how strong it is in the lane, and then also you get to that 2-item power spike and you do become very, very effective.
Yeah, I mean, he's just held relevance throughout the entirety of this year, in both mid and now bot lane more specifically.
Yeah.
The problem being, Team Secret Wales has not banned away a single one of Citrus's jungler. This could be Harps, this could be Citrus's, this could be Rays in theory. I think probably leaning more towards Harp, but already you're getting value into his dope.
Yeah, and it's also a good flex pick, being that the Poppy fills the exact 3 positions that still haven't been picked up. Obviously, generally you get to the second phase of bans and it will be banned out. So taking it before that means you have a lot of options where you can slot this Poppy if it has a good lane in the bot lane. I mean, now that you see the Rumble, it's most likely not going to go top. So jungle or support is most likely where it will go. And now it is a very good pick against the Jarvan. So I am leaning towards it going into that jungle for the time being.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, banning towards top and bot lane. I mean, Gwen has been let through, so there's a good chance that Team Secret Wales just ban it out here.
I think it's most likely should be top bans, but if there is any supports they don't want to send.
Okay, so they're reading that it's a Harp pick.
Yeah, I'm not so certain. We'll see. I mean, it certainly can be, but it has a good time into the Jarvan.
It's a shame that Ari is the one to pick it up.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that sign would have gone really hard.
Stolen away. Sign maker in shambles. It happens.
That's your day ruined.
It's crazy how good these signs are.
Oh, and we get to see them in 2 weeks. How good is that?
It is.
We'll get to make our own signs.
No.
Not use them, but we can make them.
True.
And then we'll give them some... I'm really hoping Mr. Steak is there. Because it wouldn't be quite the same if he wasn't.
Well, the Chiefs aren't, so...
Yeah, but he's an LCP fan.
Yeah, that's true.
Chiefs was just secondary objective.
Sion going to be banned away from Ray. Obviously, he has performed very well on the tanks. Braum, the final ban away from Taki. So now Eddie can lock in a support, but I think saving support for counter pick makes the most sense, being that you already see the Corki.
Yeah. I mean, it's how much do you think that this is going to be a Poppy in the support role for Harp?
Yeah, I mean, they seemingly think it will be.
I mean, realistically...
Which, I mean, in terms of probability, it has gone support far more often than it does go into the jungle, but it is still a reasonable jungle.
Alistar?
Now, I mean, the Poppy can now go support pretty happily too.
Yeah, okay. So they banned away a jungler. So they sort of just hedged their bets a little bit. I think they're hoping that it is going towards the jungle. But they just wanted to be sure with the Trundle ban. And, I mean, an Alistar on the board. You want to ban that Trundle away as well, just because of what a menace he can become.
Galio in the top lane for Ray up against this Rumble. A pretty typical matchup we do very often see.
Leaves the Gwen available for the coming matches.
Yeah, it did just remain open for the
So what's the call?
Draft.
Is it support Poppy or jungle Poppy?
Now it has to be shown now. Either way, it's pretty happy.
The theory, so it is going to be a support Poppy.
Okay. Going another carry-esque jungler here for Citrus, so I do like that. I think he has looked really good on those types of champs. Now, of course, Neferi not operating exactly the same as Zed or Talon do. Neferi does want to be really up in your face, really aggressive, and you have the Galio, you have the Orianna on top of it that will be able to facilitate playing that way. So I think DFM have drafted well into exactly what they've been succeeding on recently. Whether they can make it work up against Team Secret Wales, who typically have been our best skirmishing team in the league, is going to be interesting to see. But nonetheless, I think they've played to what they've excelled at, and so I have a pretty good opinion on their draft ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since we've seen the Neferi. And would actually be the first time, well, obviously Citrus is playing it, but I mean, the most notable player coming out of the mid-season was actually Guri.
Yeah, Guri
Vikings
really liked to play the Neferi.
I mean, he set a kill record on it in the first weekend of mid-season.
Yeah.
13 kills.
And then Doggo came and beat it like the same day.
Oh, yeah.
against Taki, majoritively.
Actually, it was mid-season. It was Histo and Guri. Yeah, both took 13 kills. It was Histo against Vikings, ironically enough, and then Guri against SHG.
There you go. Aria fans in the building. Justifiably so. Just with how good this guy is at League of Legends. All right, skin game. Arguably the most important part of it. Now, I'm honestly edging towards DFM. Now, the Rumble's doing a lot of heavy lifting here.
It is doing almost all of the lifting.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not a big fan of the Black Foster Alistair when you do have such great skins like Mukau.
Oh, it is
available.
Yeah,
and I'm also, I mean, I just cannot look past pizza delivery Siva.
Yeah, have not seen much of it.
No.
And we haven't got the Nightmare Fuel Lollipop either. So
That's true.
I'm kind of glad about that, honestly.
It's not as bad anymore in comparison to what it used to be. Boy, oh boy, was that splash out a jump scare. Good, a bit of brawling up on the top side. Arcane Comet here for Hero, whereas it is going to be the phase rush for the Galio. Still got the cheers coming through.
11
in the crowd.
Games, 11 games of the Neferi so far. Fun fact, 5 people have played it. 4 of them have each got 1 win on it.
There you go.
And that's the only wins it's had. It's 4-7 right now. Oh.
That's a lot of damage coming down onto Taki. That could even be first blood. Has the headbutt though, so. Really bad start to the lane though.
Oh yeah. You got the passive for Taki, but realistically that's not going to give you that much value.
Yeah, not in comparison to how much health he did lose.
Yeah.
It's going to cost him both his potions just to start the lane out. And
oh, headbutt combat.
I remember this one.
Unfortunately for Eddie, he's learned that lesson in blood.
Yeah, I mean, Harp finding the wall as well means that he takes a substantial amount more damage. Dino playing exceedingly aggressively. Of course, the Rise level 1 is one of the stronger level 1s in the game, but Arya hitting the minion wave means he ticks over to 2 a little bit quicker.
Absolutely. Histo, a little bit of a lead in that jungle. Is half second, couple of seconds ahead of Citrus at the moment. Whether that evens out or not, we'll see.
I'm really interested to see if either of the teams, if any of our teams look substantially different, being that they have just had essentially 2 weeks to, you know, change how they play or learn some new
tech.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 2 weeks is a long time in competitive League of Legends. Just
Although
the amount of games you can get through in scrims and whatnot.
I think we are still on the same patch though.
Yeah,
that we left off on, so there's not a huge amount that's changed. It'll just be refining, which is good. It's exactly what you want at this stage of the competition. Oh, my lord.
Oh, dear.
Aria Flash auto attack would have sealed the deal there, but wasn't keen because it likely would have cost him his life with Dyer looking to turn it around.
Yeah,
oh,
I mean,
my lord.
I think he could have got the kill, but then the problem becomes the next 5 minutes straight, he's just got an absolute target on his back with a Jarvan in the jungle, so it's a hard case to make.
Oh, Eddie.
Oh! Barrier lost. Winning across the map so far. DFM doing a fantastic job here in the early phase. Of course, Hero is ahead, but not by any substantial margin. And the fact that both mid and bot lane have been bullied out of lane this early on is a really good look in.
Citrus is looking for it too. And this is the sort of momentum you want as a DFM fan. This is... okay, lane swap.
Yeah. Not even recalling before it either.
Yeah.
It's going to be matched.
The lane's going to be held there by Ray for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, good guy Ray, just instead of taking the gold for himself and resetting with the minion wave, slowly pushing towards Eddie and Taki, has left it just outside the tower. A perfect position for Karkun and Hart to come and mop up.
But the added benefit being that he then gets the recall off and is able to teleport into lane with an item. Oh dear.
They're going to spot them out. But Eddie doesn't have access to the barrier. Is just going to be forced to flash away. A great read on the lane swap there. And Ray, I mean, he was the catalyst to cause this to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Allows for a favorable lane state. Citrus having recalled off that bot side clear. Comes up with Harp on that lane swap. It was a great call to make for DFM.
Ray's slightly behind in terms of minions, but the amount they're getting for it is really, really good. The flash forward, but unfortunately, the steadfast presence is great. Karkun does have the flash, uses it immediately. Barrier's going to be gone too, and he does narrowly survive, but a fantastic punish coming through. Taki finds his way in there with the Q flash buffering.
Yeah, just brilliant. And a great call. Now both bot laners without their okay.
Citrus and Histo gonna fight each other. Nice flash away from Histo, but Taki's coming in. Citrus does have the invulnerability, but Taki's gonna be there. Hip up pulverize combo. That's gonna be Citrus going down for first blood. Hart might even fall afterwards. Does use his headbutt onto Eddie to try and get himself away. Most likely will be able to do so, but first blood nonetheless going over the side of Team Secret Wales.
And their over-ambitious approach comes back to bite them. Unfortunately, you got to respect it though. I mean, they had the momentum around the rift. You can understand why they were looking for it. Arya to hit 6 first, so he had the command shockwave, but a phenomenal flash out of Histo. Avoids that, then means they're able to turn it around with a collapse down from Taki.
Paying off. Flash worth its weight in gold. Citrus, unfortunately, can't get away from Taki, who was first to the play ahead of Harp.
Absolutely. Wards down on the Dragon on the bot side. The one stat that tends to go red side's way.
Yeah, it's just the geography of the map, really. Being that it has that open cave towards the side of the map. Versus
It's crazy. Yet another map that doesn't include New Zealand. Karkun just toasting himself a little bit.
Team Secret Wales going to all but certainly pick themselves up this first dragon. Still a minute away from Grubs too, so if resets come through, there's an opportunity for them to look to contest.
Absolutely. Tempo-wise, a pretty significant fall off for DFM.
Yeah.
Just the way that they've approached the last couple of minutes has allowed Team Secret Wales an opportunity to really ramp things up. And that is a real problem point because Team Secret Wales is one of the teams that, I mean, operates best in terms of momentum.
Great chunk of damage on a hero, forcing out that flash.
6 seconds to equalizer though, so any dive attempt would likely just go awry.
Yeah, not resetting means that with this lane swap coming through, it's going to be Team Secret Wales that should have a better time at trying to contest for the Void Grubs.
Absolutely.
Do eventually channel it, and they will be coming back out now, but because Eddie's going to be first up to that wave, is going to be able to push it out, is going to give the control over top side to Team Secret Wales. We'll see whether or not DFM want to try and fight to get that pressure around the river back in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how DFM look to reset that momentum for themselves, at least. I mean, Arya is going to continuously be a strong point on the rift for them. They will need to play around him when it comes to teamfight time just because of how much utility he offers. I mean, synergistically, the teamfight is very, very scary out of DFM. So if they just stay the course, unfortunately, with the rotations down, that might be a little bit easier said than done.
Yeah, I mean, I think intelligently Harp going to that mid lane while Taki goes top means that because they get mid lane priority, there is a point of the river they can enter. So they get the first grub. Citrus does uses Smite rather for it, so he won't have it available if
Ray is
Histo
here,
looks
though.
to contest. Dyer coming up, Ray's in the area. It's going to be a nice taunt, but Flag and Drag gets Histo out to safety for the time being, but Hart behind him. Equalizer comes down, landing on 3 people. In comes that Hero's Entrance, and Histo should just be going down, but at the same time, so will be Citrus. Both junglers now almost
he's
out
still
of the fight.
alive.
Histo living on just such a sliver of HP, but a sliver's more than enough. There's nothing else to be found here. Ray flashing over the wall does get himself to safety.
Oh no.
For the time being, Realm Warp there, and Ray's going to go down. A disastrous fight. No one able to claim that last hit onto Histo. Means that everything being won by Team Secret Wales.
Taki, the heal, comes up at the right time for him. Saves Histo's life. Playing around the miracle that is Taki of Team Secret Wales in support. This guy just keeps doing it. He just keeps finding these miracle plays for the team. And it keeps Histo alive, allows him to secure the feats of warfare. You watch it. They just go in on Histo. Unfortunately, just a little bit late on the taunt. The Flag and Drag gets him out. Yeah, look at it. He's just in the middle, goes for the dunk, gets knocked up, and then in comes Taki. The shield, the heal comes through, and that, yeah, just pops the summoner. Histo stays alive, and he runs it out. I mean, that's just crazy.
Realm Warp, great out of Dyer.
Histo follows up as well. I mean, that is just confidence.
Giving some gold over to that Sivir now. 1.5k gold advantage here for Team Secret Wales, putting themselves in a fantastic position after a rough early game. Karkun not able to find much himself. Really wants to be ahead of the curve to find that power on the Corki here, but with that kill being given over to Eddie, finds himself behind in gold ever so slightly.
Absolutely. Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, the fact that Histo survives that because of Taki's passive and summon a heal is kind of criminal. So you'd imagine that DFM a little bit jarred by that. But again, you look at Arya. Such a power point on the Rift. Synergistically, they've got the comp that plays very, very well off Command Shockwave.
Yeah, it's still possible, but Team Secret Wales certainly feeling comfortable with how the game's going, how well they scale between the Rise and the Sivir. Rise, while against long-range comps, does suffer a little bit in terms of that scaling, just because of the access to damage, but here up against what is 2 melee champs, or 3 melee champs rather, should have a pretty good time for himself.
Right.
Heavy, aggressive trades here in the top side, teleport being channeled here, and then will come Citrus. Ray will be going down. Can they find anything else off it? The Equalizer comes down as well. Arya, no, rather Harp finally arriving to the play, and they don't find anything of value. So another kill going to Team Secret Wales for nothing in return, and DFM very quickly falling behind here in game 1.
Yeah, but this is the way that Team Secret Wales operates, is they look to find whatever they can around the Rift. They are more often than not looking for the opportunity to start a fight rather than the macro side of things. This time around, they've just found that macro lead. And usually when they find the macro lead, it's because they've just been fighting. Now the team just cannot stand toe-to-toe with them. And again, another lane gank out of Histo just comes in, playing into the over-aggression, the over-ambition of DFM. You look at it, Justice Punch in, everything blown by that stage. There's nowhere for Ray to go. And Citrus, I mean, look, yeah, despite best efforts, there's nothing he can really do to take down the hero, even with Harp coming in. Valiant effort, but just not enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, never going to feel that good to be locked in a cage with an overheating Rumble.
Yeah.
Just kind of punches Galio's head in and...
Oh, yeah, there you go. Numbers.
Yeah, finds a lot of damage. Dragon number 2 now on the horizon for Team Secret Wales. They're going to start it up. DFM in the area, maybe even looking to contest. But it's a fight that you'd have to favour Team Secret Wales, being they have some of those item completions online. Sure, the Eclipse is there, but the Sundered Sky offers so much for these champions. They're just able to dodge out of the Flag and Drag, but still looking around and poking and prodding here.
Yeah, a little bit short of his other assassins in the jungle. The Sneferi, unfortunately. Oh, and he's on a ward. They have just dominated the vision aspect of the game, Team Secret Wales. And you look at it, 30-14 vision score. Taki with a minimal 14. Less, in fact, than Histo.
Yeah. Now, trading onto Taki, but very tanky on the Alistar after using that ultimate. Is going to be able to walk this one out to trade off that shockwave. Unfortunately, DFM trying to find things, but not really anything on offer. Team Secret Wales playing a very crisp game outside of that level 1.
Even then, they don't really suffer all that greatly off the back of it. It was, look, aggression onto Eddie and Taiki, but all that while Eddie was finding his farm. Oh, Citrus. Just the vision control. I mean, you look at it around the rift. Just all these red wards dotted around. All the vision they could possibly want.
Histo takes his time to find himself blue buff, so winning just everywhere.
Oh, and it's your favorite soul too.
Yeah, the Chemtech soul. Awesome.
We ended the regular season. Actually, it ended up being the second most popular soul dragon by the end of it.
So Cloud took over?
Infernal.
Wow.
Yeah, actually, no, yeah, it came third. Cloud beat it by 1 in second, and then 51 Infernals. So 51, 48, 47.
Infernal scaling into the late season.
And a whopping 3 Elders.
Ghost pop by Harp, but Eddie, with that spell shield, is going to be completely unperturbed.
Oh, look, just enough minions for Eddie to finish the cult. Beautiful. I love it when a plan comes together.
Except for the 1.
No.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. He had 4 stacks left and there were 4 minions. Maths is
That
easy when it adds up.
Never happen.
No.
It's always 1 left.
It's criminal how many times we've seen someone have to back with a single charge left.
Ooh, a lot of damage.
Taki has been the perpetual punching bag of DFM this game, and unfortunately they still haven't brought him down.
Yeah. Yeah, 2.5k gold advantage here for Team Secret Wales as Histo once again finds an engagement. Going to be able to be...
Oh!
No, he cancels it. What a play out of Histo. Flag and Drag should be up in the near future. Dodging out of that queue, takes down another one. That's the 5th of the game here for Team Secret Wales. They are still trying to run forward, but Citrus cleared enough distance. Means he does get himself out.
Oh, no. Harp had a DJ Khaled moment. He played himself. Does have the redemption now, though, online. Not sure at this stage in the game how much that is really going to offer you into a Team Secret Wales that is just streaming ahead right now.
Yeah. As I said, 2.5 gold. It is 2.5k gold. It is now 3k and climbing. Unfortunately, Team Secret Wales is very dominant. You can't really afford to make these slip-ups. Histo pulls the trigger immediately. Harp not able to.
That was entirely blind.
Ult.
He just, off the vision that Taki had, says, yeah, you know what, I can take this. And absolutely does. Harp just did not stand a chance. Fortunately, again, the one saving grace might just be Arya this game.
Yeah, Karkon also not falling, but unfortunately, Eddie has picked up some kills, so, well, a kill. So it's just ahead. CS as well, of course, helping with that cull.
Absolutely. Null Magic Mantle in the inventory for Arya. Has finished boots, so it's not going to be going towards that.
Yeah, I imagine it just sits in the inventory. I don't think
it's going to get
upgrade
value for sure, especially into Dire and Hero.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it's something that goes overlooked quite a lot. Is just sitting on a component. You know, it's 400 gold. Sure, you would like a second item, but honestly, what it will do for you against the Rumble and against the Rise outweighs the cons. So I do like the optimization.
No, he sold it.
But he sells it now, yeah. Out of lane phase into the side lane means he's probably not going to interact that much. I definitely do like the adjustment. Now, what is he going to build towards? I mean, probably Leandri's.
Yeah, it's what it's looking like. We have seen the Blackfire Torch a couple of times, but usually it's Blackfire Torch first.
Yeah, you don't want to go the double mana.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. But haunting guys for both Ray and Hero in the top lane. Hello, Radiance, and obviously Leandri's for Hero.
And Dragon spawning in 30 seconds as well, so an opportunity for Team Secret Wales to put themselves on soul point as the rest of DFM are aware of that. Down the area. Harp is going to go and engage onto Taki, who pops the ult immediately, very early, but he's able to turn it around, and unfortunately Karkun is left entirely by himself, burnt away. That's the Ricochet taking that kill. Redemption far too late, and forward will come all of Team Secret Wales. The equalizer lands. Ray lands a taunt onto 2, but unfortunately nowhere for him to go as Taki lands that knock up, and Histo rather is still looking. Drops the Herald. Forward goes Hero. Nice damage coming out of this flame spitter. And nowhere for DFM to run.
I've seen this before. Someone's getting run over.
Oh, everyone's getting run over as in will come Taki. Knock up 1, 2, and 3. And the kills go down alongside it. It's an ace here, 18 minutes in, as Team Secret Wales go roaring forward.
Yes, Dispatch, I'd like to issue a warrant. It's Team Secret Wales. They are wanted for vehicular manslaughter. They've just run over Aria. Poor bloke. In Team Secret Wales' defense, you should always check both ways when crossing the road. Aria did not make that decision and paid the price for it.
Pretty rough position now for the side of DFM, but a third dragon and an ace alongside it means Team Secret Wales are a shoo-in here to take game one.
Oh, and once again, the command shockwave just gets flashed out of.
And Karkud just losing his mind there, Valkyring forward into the waiting arms of pretty much everyone from Team Secret Wales. Only Dyer not on that side of the map, and procs the phase rush, runs himself out, and yeah, I mean, just having a really good time with it. The entirety of Team Secret Wales.
Unfortunately, the Neferi ball delivery system falling a little bit flat here this game. Without that CC, they just have not reliably been able to get the Oriana's ult off. Oh, just demolition.
Yeah, not really a whole lot that DFM could do at that point, unfortunately. As we come back to live, 6.5k gold lead favoring Team Secret Wales, the VCS representatives.
12,000 damage. Oh, Aria.
Looking for Hero here. Down will go the Equalizer, clear out that wave. Can he trade a kill? Yes, and the redemption keeps him alive. Oh boy, if it was bad before, it is terrible now.
DFM have just not been able to crack the power suit that Team Secret Wales is wearing right now. Nowhere that they have looked to find a kill have they found it. There's been, what, 4 attempts on Taki's life, now 1 on Heroes, and it just has not mattered.
DFM, some of the members around, they're not going to be able to take this Artican, so it will be Team Secret Wales, and the game likely will be theirs too. Now, of course, it isn't all over, but one thing important to mention that if there were to be a win for both Team Secret Wales today and the Vikings, then it is guaranteed that at least one of the world's representatives will at least be a VCS team. So, both of them winning today guarantees that Vietnam will get their representation at the Worlds of 2025.
Unfortunately, at the cost of a brother. But either way, I mean, it's pretty good chances, given that 50% of the teams in playoffs are from the VCS.
Yeah.
Kind of stacked odds, really.
It is. It would have to be some horrendous turn of events for none of them to go. But still is theoretically possible.
It would require DFM having literally the playoffs bracket of their lives.
Yes. Very much so.
Which unfortunately is looking a little bit easier said than done at the moment.
Yeah, at least in game one, things are looking... I mean, it's hard to say anything but atrocious. Ray, oh, he gets the taunt. Dyer might just be the first death here. And will come Citrus. Redemption's down as well.
Oh no, phase rush.
You're kidding me. Oh, Hart does catch with the headbutt there, so I think Dyer's going to go down.
No!
Oh, Lord. Oh, dear.
Oh, it's a massacre.
Well,
literally that one meme, call an ambulance, but not for me, as Dyer pulls out a loaded handgun. Oh, no. Oh, don't do it to him. Poor DFM. Again, the command shockwave misses because someone has flash up. Redemption comes through, and then Team Secret Wales comes through. Harp is able to push Dyer out of it, but it doesn't matter because Histo's here to assist. Demacia, indeed.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is DFM are still proactively looking for things. Unfortunately, they are so far behind that they're not actually... they don't actually have the damage to be able to realistically kill someone like Rise, who, while in terms of armor, magic resist isn't that tanky, has a lot of health and also has that Seraph shield on top of things. Taki finds his way here onto Harp this time, has the ultimate still, headbutts Harp back into the waiting arms of Eddie. As you see Dyer going over that wall looking for Citrus. Harp's going to go down. It's Dyer that claims it. Should be the only kill out of this play, but they can look forward down into this bottom lane to try and take themselves this inner tower, and almost certainly will be able to do so.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it is... the fact that this game is still going to go longer than the Chiefs SHG match, which is 25:09, is kind of crazy, just given how far ahead Team Secret Wales are.
Yeah, over 10k at 23 minutes is a ridiculous total, but What they have in their favor, of course, and why they don't want to just overextend for the end is that in 50 seconds it is the soul on the table for them. Being that they picked up such an early dragon, it's an early dragon soul.
That plus they just don't have the best siege into a Oriana and Corki.
This is true.
So it would just require a wipe, which, I mean, look, realistically at this stage,
Yeah,
I think is going to happen regardless.
I'm on the belief that if they just towered over, they probably end the game, but it's not worth the risk.
No, not at all.
Sometimes it is. This is not one of those times. When
That's because the
game
Chiefs
is
aren't playing.
entirely in your hands.
Yeah, I mean, the Oriana still has a all right amount of combat power. And just with how much things can go awry, that Hero's entrance on top of everything, Corki having 2 items does just mean that there would likely be enough damage for them to mop it up with a tower assisting.
Dragon number 4 now, started up. Histo has been very good on the smite as of late, so see if he's able to pick up one more. And Citrus will be trying to contest it, although it does feel like a done deal. Does he even make it to the pit, really, is my question. As in, we'll go Taki, knock up, he's dead. That Citrus gone down here, his entrance is there. They will get their first kill. Arya picks it up, and a lot of damage coming down onto them as Dire will come in with that round warp phase rush proc though, so the exhaust slow isn't finding all that much value. Arya flashing away from Dire, but it's Eddie that flashes after him, and this will be Arya going down as well. Dire now dominating on the rise as TSW will be dominating on the Rift.
The worst part of all of that is that Arya's kill was a shutdown onto Taki. Unfortunately for Karkun, does not have the capability. I was going to say, does not have the capabilities to match a Jarvan who is this accelerated. But yeah, no. The one kill you found is on support Alistar, and you get a shutdown off the back of it. Just speaks to how bleak the game state is. 18-1 at 25 minutes.
Yeah, and Team Secret Wales, without the jungler anywhere near, have started up the Baron. There's no contest coming through just yet, although Citrus is deploying onto this side of the map, down to half HP now on the Baron buff.
He's not going to get there in time, unfortunately.
Yeah, it should just be going down. Hero and Eddie doing enough damage to take this out reasonably quickly, despite it only just spawning, and it will be the Baron buff. And I imagine the game near and after.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if they weren't able to close it out here. And oh, Taki just rips that cord straight in onto Citrus, followed up by Hisdo. Thunked and dunked. Taki goes down. Yeah, the fact that that's a shutdown is just criminal. Command Shockwave, just I think it was a little off the... Actually, no, I think it would have hit with how much HP Dire had lost. But because Hart was mid-dash, drags him out of range.
Ray having to teleport out.
No, we went to mid lane.
Yeah, he teleported.
Oh, no, sorry, no, yeah, Ray got out, and then Hero teleported mid lane, I mean. Oh, and Dire went in top lane. Okay, yeah, so they just completely went and shot those waves and then straight to Baron. Oh, okay.
Out to live, they're looking for Eddie. It's a nice shockwave onto him, but not all that much damage. The redemption coming through, but Eddie's not in it. There it goes. First kill going over, second kill. This will be all 5, all but certainly is locked in a cage. Other side of DFM and Team Secret Wales will take game 1.
Oh my lord, Hart died really quick there. Dying to the overheated flame spitter, an absolute wash of a game. A single kill found, and on to Taki. A 23-1 shellacking.
Yeah, an absolute demolition. And if not for that one kill, the only thing DFM would have found this entire game is that one grub, which is really flabbergasting considering how the level 1 looked. Taki starting the lane on 1 HP, Eddie flashing and burying away from what was almost a certain death. Even Dire only narrowly surviving the 1v1. As Dire's going to get himself another one as I talk about him. Harp, there's nowhere left to run. There's nowhere left to hide. Pace goes up. Team Secret Wales take game 1.
There's a word, I think, that best describes how things went for DFM there, and it's cattywampus. It very much did go cattywampus from the very, very early stages, and, well, it didn't get any less cattywampus for the rest of it.
No, absolutely not. And I think, honestly, coming into the series, did I expect it to be that much of a demolition? Not necessarily, but I do expect Team Secret Wales to be able to take this one pretty handily, despite their failures at the last couple of playoffs. This is the Team Secret Wales that we kind of left the season with. Now we've come into the playoffs, they're looking to be at a similar level. Now, of course, this is the first time we've actually seen them play against any of the bottom 4 teams. this split, so it's good to see that they are still this dominant against them.
To DFM's credit, though, the numbers feel a little bit disingenuous given how proactively they were looking around the rift. It wasn't like they just got steamrolled. Like, it's not like they weren't just in the game at all. They were actively looking, but it got to the point where it just didn't matter that they were looking.
Yeah, the wallet gap was just a little bit too obvious there at some points. And, you know, you see, okay, if the game was even, would Dire have died when they jumped them in the Baron Pit? Probably.
This was criminal, though. Look at his, though. So what happens here is he gets incredibly low. Taki's passive then procs, healing him because he obviously you CC people, you get that proc, you get the heal, and then the summoner heal on top of it keeps his to alive, who then looks to turn around with the Realm Warp and finish off Ray. I mean, that is a true tilter of a moment.
No, absolutely, and it really did set the stage for how the rest of the game.
Oh, and then this is where it went from bad to worse for Ray, who thinks he's got an avenue in, just no idea that Histo is coming in for a lane gank. Unfortunately for Citrus, just does not have the combat power as a Jarvan who has had a very, very good game up until this point.
Yeah, and Hero overheated at the right time as well, obviously being the Rumble does make a lot of sense. And yeah, I mean, Histo, what an ultimate.
Yeah.
What an ultimate there to cancel out that ultimate from the Poppy. Stays in the play, finishes off that kill, and yeah, it was just an absolute staunching.
And then Harp, loses his mind a little bit. There was a single command shockwave that game that I'm pretty sure landed. Actually, I think there was two, technically, throughout that game that really landed. It just every single time it was flashed out of, every single person they tried to use it on had the flash up and was able to get away, and it just makes these situations more and more bleak as these highlights will go on. And look, I think if you're a viewer, you can't see the kill count, so you're feeling a little bit better about this game, but we know for a fact that we're, what, 11-0 at this stage in the game, and yeah, poor Arya just gets run over by Taki and then headbutted into a wall. Oh, it's rough. It's so rough. And then, yeah, you'd look, again, another command shockwave miss because Dire has flash. They chase him down. You think, oh, Dire's dead to rights. Dire's dead. Shield procs. Heal comes through. So does his dough. And the equalizer for good measure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. And even here, I mean, they just pull the trigger, immediately destroy Citrus. Doesn't even have the time to get the Unstoppable off. Now, they do get their only kill of the game, of course, but it does cost them the Dragon and all of their lives. The Dragon's soul, of course, was this fight. And, I mean, as soon as, I mean, honestly...
I still can't get over the fact that it was a shutdown onto Taki.
Yeah.
Just because of how good the game had been going. And they look for it here onto Eddie. The command shockwave does connect, but the fight is so split courtesy of Taki and Hizdo that there was never going to be any follow-up damage, unfortunately. And it was just an absolute steamroller of a game.
Yeah, absolutely was. Now, do you have any information for us? Anything maybe the fans need to know?
There's something in 2 weeks, isn't there? It's a live finals, that's right. We're going to Da Nang and your boys are going to be there. So if you are at the LCP finals, look for us, come say hi. We don't bite. In fact, we might sign your signs even. I know Ben's got a killer autograph.
Yeah, it's writing my name scribbled. A B into a scribble. You can get that if you do go to the live finals in Da Nang. Now we are going to go to a break. Once we're back, can DFM come back from what was an absolute staunching? We'll have to find out.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true love is really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love where I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
finds the angle to do so.
Herald dropped as well.
Alongside.
Oh!
Wrist, you absolute beast!
不要吃第2名就好，因为职业选手啊，感觉只有第1名才会被大家看见。
Absolutely manhandled, flashes away. It's going to be Maple turning up.
Oh my lord!
But Rest is happy to take the fight. Maple will eventually find it. Will he?
일단은 저희가 오늘 마지막 경기가 될 수도 있는데 이제 저희 입장에서는 절대 물러설 곳이 없고 그래서 반드시 이겨야만 한다고 생각을 해서 지금 당장은 이길 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요.
You can see the smiles on their face. They've made playoffs. They get to fight. They get to look towards Worlds. They could be one of the 3 teams the LCP sends over there.
Như đã nói trước đó thì việc mình chưa bao giờ giành được một danh hiệu nào thì lần này cái điều đó rất là thúc đẩy mình và các đồng đội để giành được danh hiệu đầu tiên ở tại LCP lần này.
Ricochet's really ripping through those health bars forward. Will go Histo, but he's going to be taken out immediately. Look at the CC. PSG finding it, but the damage is down for Mini. The triple comes out yet again, and Pun in the meanwhile shredding through the top lane.
Việc thúc đẩy em ngay lúc này có lẽ là tất cả những người đồng đội cũng như tất cả những các bạn khán giả ở Việt Nam lúc này.
Missed there though, they're able to catch the bird out of the sky again and blow it up. Absolute decimation. Jimmy and with that Emperor's Divide.
如果能拿到 LCP 的第1座奖杯意义的话，很非凡吧。毕竟打职业就是想要拿到最好的成绩。
Till the next objective, Maple's going to get jumped off here and most likely going to go down. Nice flash, gets him clear of a lot of the damage. Then comes Carson. Arya might be the next target. Arya's taking a lot of damage himself. Flashes away, but he's going to get taken out by Carson. And so strong on this Pantheon, he's going to be able to continue forward. Woody finds a nice knock up and finds an even nicer one there onto Citrus.
Việc nâng cấp của giải đấu LCP thì đối với mình thì thực sự rất là quan trọng, tại vì kể cả mùa đầu tiên kích off và mùa xuân thì bọn mình đã không có được gọi là cơ hội để mà nâng cấp, thì cái việc mà nâng cấp giải đấu LCP lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất là lớn đối với mình cũng như cả đội, là sẽ là lần đầu tiên được du lịch giải đấu LCP và sẽ có được nâng cấp.
Game 1, all done and dusted, and it was exceptionally fast as Team Secret Wales got ahead early and they just steamrolled the entire map. So DFM now coming into game number 2. Of course, playoff lives get a lot harder if you do lose this first best of 3. Can they find it in them to fight back? Because yes, the Neferi, I think it was the identity of DFM was met with their picks, but unfortunately falling behind early, they just really couldn't find a grasp back in.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that, I mean, Team Secret Wales absolutely read DFM that entire game. They held flashes for every single opportunity that Arya had for the command shockwave. Only, I think it took us 20 minutes in to get the first command shockwave to actually land on a player, because every other one had just been flashed out of. I rate the Neferi, I do, but I just don't think it's as effective a ball delivery system as something like the Wukong, which has that initial CC, which then allows you to get the command shockwave off. Neferi just lacks that initial enabler.
Yeah, absolutely. Pun coming in now for Hero, here for game 2. So, I mean, disregard what I said at the top of the day. They are just swapping out their top laners at will, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's really hard to gauge that game in terms of performance just because of how brutally one-sided it is.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that could be considered a bad performance from Hero. Maybe it is just that they're following the same sort of vein as CFO and how they look to approach it with the top laners. Blue side for DFM. So they are sticking to the color scheme.
Yeah. Absolutely, you're going to take blue side again. It's going to give them that opportunity for the first pick, though. Didn't really find that much out of the Orianna. Not that Arya necessarily did anything all that wrong. It's more that the entire map had completely collapsed before he really had anything to say about it. In early fights that were close, it was constantly just 1 HP survival everywhere, mid, bot, and then Histo in the jungle in the first big fight that broke out. So DFM fell behind early and never really had a chance back in. So here in game number 2, try and get that power pick again, try and find themselves in a similar position, but capitalize on it.
Absolutely. And I think also your success relies on Citrus having something they can be proactive on again. I mean, they looked to be proactive early. Unfortunately, it then got kind of dicey as it was bit back pretty hard on Nico, Yunara, and Annie banned away from DFM. Oh, Team Secret Wales had the Talia and the Zed, as well as that Aurora. So Talon is available for Citrus. We've seen him play it, and he's the only one with a win in Tier 1 with Talon. I don't know if it has been played since he pulled it out. Maybe it has, but he was the first.
Yeah, I do kind of hope he does go for it again. Again, like what DFM will
It's kind of a shame they didn't play it in that last game. I think it would have been a lot more effective.
It's really good with Orianna because you can just deliver it while invisible.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Picked up. So going back to the norm here in terms of our picks, this will be Citrus on the Wukong, of course. Now Team Secret Wales are able to respond with 2 picks of their own. Azir left open once again. Both Arya as well as Dyer do play the champion, so I'd be surprised to see it just make its way through the entirety of the draft, especially with that Orianna and Ryze already removed 2 of the other contested picks, and the Talia, Aurora in the ban phase.
Yeah, Ari. And this is a pick and a half for Dyer. He has looked incredibly good. It still blows my mind that he copped criticism for that one series where he goes 8-1 as Ari in the first game, has a slightly rough any game 2, and they still win the series.
Yeah, and now we're talking about the wrong mid laner. That was Emo.
No, Dyer copped some heat as well. He had another series similar. But yeah, no, they get the Ari Vi combo.
Yeah, that's a classic. And again, it's something that Team Secret Wales have gone back to time and time again. So, I mean, we know they're successful on it. What's going to be the response is always going to be the scary thing, because typically you see the Wukong, you like the Annie.
I'm surprised that we didn't see Pantheon at all. And the fact that it's been let through and hasn't been picked again is a bit odd.
Yeah, I think just largely. I think Wukong is very good.
Oh, absolutely.
Pantheon, and then you pick the Ari, so may as well go the Vi alongside it.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, the fact that it was an option there. Oh, okay.
Good pick.
Absolutely. No, he's pulled this out a couple of times.
Very strong into the Ari. Obviously has that great ult in the Vi to also take. More times it's going to be the Ari. If the Ari is available, you typically want to take that.
But being able to switch between the two, I mean, it's just already infinite value. So for Team Secret Wales, you're probably wanting a little bit of mobility in that bot lane. Cassante for Ray up in the top side. What do they want for Pun? He's sort of played a little bit of everything. Sion is going to be available, so it could just be a slap fight of the tanks in the top lane. In theory, Gwen is also available.
Yeah, wouldn't be too surprised to see a champ like that.
I think they get plenty of value into the Cassante.
Yeah. And it's something that Pun, I mean, it was his first champ he played here in the LCP, so not too surprising at all, and it has a good matchup into the Cassante.
Yeah, unfortunately, just so many other strong champs. While it may feel like a bit of an oversight, it's really sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Bot lane and support bans to come through. Senna taken away immediately from Karkin, one of his safer options that he's looked reasonably all right on.
Absolutely. Gwen gone. Senna taken away. I wouldn't hate to see the Xayah here for Karkin. I mean, there's not often that you get to a stage where Xayah looks strong. I mean, you ban away some of the stronger supports, the likes of the Bard, and all of a sudden you've got yourself a pretty good angle for a Xayah game up into the Ahri Vi. Obviously the Sivir, which is often what we see answer the Vi because of that Xayah being taken away, or just an unplayable rest of the comp. There we go. Recognized by Team Secret Wales. They ban away the Xayah here as that fifth and final ban for themselves. Kai'Sa also was removed for DFM, being that natural pairing alongside the Vi Ahri.
I don't know if it necessarily warrants all that much prior with the ban. I mean, yeah, look, it gets value, but unfortunately for Karkun, has not been the greatest year for him on the Xayah. His wins have come from Varus, Tristana, and Misfortune.
It's going to be the Braum to round out the bans as Team Secret Wales now get to lock in their fourth champion, looking towards the bot lane. Whether it be the AD carry or the support. It was support here in this slot last time round in the draft. And it will be again the Rakan alongside the Vi, possibly an oversight. Of course, the Braum is there, and you do have 3 melees at the moment, so you're really damned if you do, damned if you don't. You either ban the Rakan and the Braum, or you just leave one of them to go over. I think Rakan is probably the better of the options, so I do agree with their bans ultimately. It just puts yourself in a pretty rough position, and I think navigating this draft phase fantastically at Team Secret Wales.
Now you look at the bot lane, what's left. Varus up and available, but Misfortune as well.
It's a scary game to be a Misfortune.
I think it's also a scary game to be Varus. There really isn't a great answer for Karkun. I mean, he has found a win on Tristana. Could have been that. Not realistically, he hasn't got the greatest pool of options so far from this year in which he's found a success. Misfortune at least has that added mobility compared to a Varus. Yeah. But realistically, it is still somewhat fraudulent.
Now, Harp, to round out the comp, goes for the Bard. Actually, not that bad.
Now,
if you time the Tempered Fate right, you can cancel out on the Vi ult. It is a very, very tough job, but especially if Histo, who will be aware of that, finds himself some creative angles. And even if you do then block out the the cease and desist, you've probably got an Ahri and a Gwen and a Rakan on top of you anyway, so. Does provide some lane power though. We'll see what it's matched with. The Jhin. Okay, chances here for DFM as we have a 4v5 on the Rift.
Unfortunately, this is going to be a pretty significant amount of damage, which will enable Eddie a little bit more on that Jhin. So, I think it's a pretty alright game for the Jhin this time around. There's not hugely beefy targets, bar Ray. Citrus will be a little bit harder to chew through, but for the most part, there is plenty of value for Eddie to find. The problem being is if Citrus gets a decent flank, it does become a little bit Jova.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you said, there is enough damage to justify the Jhin. It just always feels like there's better options, unfortunately. I've seen, I don't know if you can remember back to MSI, but I remember a particular game where CFO were doing relatively well, got to about the 40-minute mark. There was a Cassiopeia, we had a Jhin, and there was also a Silas on the other team that was relatively far behind and just 1v1'd our Jhin.
Yeah, I do. And then Hongq 1v1'd the Silas, so.
Yep. And then out of nowhere, it was 40 minutes in, and I thought Hongq was doing well, and then I looked at his deaths, and he had 9 of them. So
yeah,
he apparently was not.
He got bullied pretty hard that game, and then still 1v1 Faker. So how bad was he really doing?
Yeah, that game really surprised me because the good thing about when I'm watching those tournaments is that because I'm not casting it, I get to just take in everything that's happening and enjoy it. I don't have to focus on all the small things that are going on. I get to just sit there and take it at face value and enjoy it.
Oh, Taki's done it again.
Where do you go?
Yeah, Star Guardian.
Ooh.
We're breaking the Cosmic Dawn trend.
Yeah. 9 deaths really was a jump scare when I looked.
Yeah, but they still took it to a 5-game series, so.
That's right. And they should have won. But game 1, we did a little bit of trolling.
Oh, as the LCPers want to do.
We have Baron. What should we do? Otacon dance. Ace.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, dear. Dire going to be forced away from this quadrant of the jungle. Citrus as well. I think realizing he's actually not allowed to walk in there and put down a ward.
Oh, Taki, why? Why must you do these things? He's got a bit of star power, so I think we can give that to him.
Oh! Not quick enough.
He's loving the dab.
I'm excited to watch Arya play Silas again. Last time I saw one of the craziest Skarner ults out
Yeah.
of his Silas.
That was an insane
That was
buffer.
special. Yeah, that was special. Sometimes these players do.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, Harp. That was an insane cosmic binding.
And he somehow curved it around the minion. Maybe the cosmic binding has dredge line physics, where it balloons a little bit, lollipops at the end.
Oh, okay. Trade going well there. Kakun choosing not to use the barrier on the fourth shot means that he is at a significant disadvantage in terms of that health. Made even worse there by Taki landing that Q.
Oh, nothing like some VCS fighting. That's why I love watching this region play. Those guys are crazy.
Yeah, it is good fun. Ooh. As we navigate the early game, I want to hear from you. Who are your predictions for the 3 teams representing us at Worlds?
Oh, look, CFO Gum, all but assured, and I am going to make some people very mad, but I'm going Team Secret Wales.
Wow, okay. Now, I personally, and I'm putting two. Wow, okay. Dyer getting the flash out of Aria.
Case in point.
I maybe I'm putting too much stock in the historical factor.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at Team Secret Wales and Vikings and their most recent playoff performances. And then I'm looking at Maple's most recent playoff performances, and I think he's going to turn it around. We'll find out next series.
Oh, he's done
there
it.
we go. No, the W. Oh, he doesn't get it off. Dyer gets the solo kill in the mid lane. Citrus coming down to look for something in the bot lane. Not likely to find all that much, just a bit of damage, but certainly nothing compared to the amount of punishment that DFM's bot lane has taken it to this point.
Oh, Ray as well.
Yeah, this is just everyday Cassante versus Gwen. You actually do have a point of power on the Cassante in this matchup. When you do get to that one item, you are just slightly stronger at that point and can trade with the health bar a little bit better because you have that Kainic recurrent shield as Harp's going to have to flash away.
Lord.
Kakun takes an absolute beating to the dome.
Up in CS, but well down in HP. Oh, Taki was looking for something there to stall it out. Yeah, this was just a little bit greedy for the farm. What a flash from Dyer.
Yeah, beautiful.
Electrocute proc, gets everything he wants. This is why my argument is for Team Secret Wales. With Dyer playing the way he has been this year.
I have lost a little bit of respect for Dyer.
Why?
He has purchased an Oblivion Orb, and I understand the reasoning, but I just don't agree with it. I think Silas healing at this point in the game is not substantial enough to justify stunting your growth that much, but you're seeing it there. The trade patterns, the Silas winning out. Despite getting the solo kill, Taki waiting in the area, but so is Harp and Citrus. Seeing the Rakan will get them to reevaluate the decisions.
Classic mid lane jump scares. Yeah, I mean, look, we'll see if it comes back to bite Dyer a little bit, but as it stands, it has not, I think, got the value that he was hoping for. He's going to slow down that Malignance as well.
Yeah, I think it just stunts your growth a little bit too much. Now, I do think you need heal cut against the Silas. I just don't think you need it 5 minutes into a game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's not really a better target for the heal cut just yet. Oh. 6 now for Dyer. So that Spirit Rush up and available, and the continued harassment of Aria. That mid lane, wow, first back Cole.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1k gold advantage.
It's a bit bleak for Karkun.
Already top lane is in one hell of a position, being that Pun is just up 20 CS. Visto's going to be claiming this first dragon with no contest to come through.
I mean, even he's up on Citrus at 5 and a bit minutes.
Yeah, by a substantial margin too. Obviously, will be claimed a little bit back here by Citrus picking up these 2 camps in the topside jungle of Histo, but the fact we're at this point after not really that much has happened, like yes, okay, the solo kill did come through mid, but that shouldn't at that point of the game done a whole lot to stunt Citrus and his jungle clear, so yeah, I'm not exactly sure how we got to this point. I wasn't too hyper-focused on it.
Histo is very close to 6.
Lane. Yeah. Trying to get it off the minions. Aria taking that ult away, and you can see, I mean, the Oblivion Orb just not offering that much, and further away from picking up the Lost Chapter, and you're seeing Dyer struggling more so in the mana pool than Aria is at this time.
Yeah, I mean, the Malignance first. Just gives you that much more combat power. The Oblivion Orb really just does not give you much of anything.
Up. He'll join up in that top side. Yeah, I mean, does Ray have to be careful?
He does.
I don't
I
imagine,
think so.
I don't imagine you can dive the Cassante. Even at this health, I don't think so. We'll see, though. Level 6 is there for Histo.
Yeah, no. The minion wave gets cleared, so they just make that call. Smart.
Yeah, I think ultimately the fact that you can buffer, right, Cease and Desist use on you, block that with W, Alt use, I mean Q use on you afterwards. You can get out of that with R. It is very hard, although he is now out of mana.
Yeah, no, okay.
He's going to have to do it. Gets the W, gets the all out, and now Histo under the tower. It is pun tanking it though. Doesn't pull the trigger on the W there. Doesn't mean he's just taken out. A well-navigated dive by Team Secret Wales as it's going to be Harp coming down.
Dire, again, losing out here despite having the heal cut.
I think misplaying
Yeah.
a substantial amount there, Ray. Nonetheless, it's a good find for Team Secret Wales. And they are continuing to dominate the Rift here in Game 2.
Yep.
Ooh. It's one of those sort of ADHD things, right? You throw the E and
I feel attacked right now.
And then as soon as you do it,
I can't believe it. I can't believe you've done this to me on broadcast. But yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, right.
Yeah.
Not sure if... yeah, look, I suppose the quicker you're out of there, the better. So Pun uses the flash to just make it a far more succinct process. Citrus is doing this in the face of Taki and Dire. But
Yeah.
with Histo on the bot side, there's really not a heck of a lot of turnabout. So they should just get these grubs, but all that posturing has made them second guess themselves.
For sure. I mean, getting suffocated at the moment are DFM. Just continuing to fall further and further behind in gold. The only lane that is even, in fact, is very slightly ahead is Karkun on the Misfortune, but not a champion necessarily.
He was
known for
further ahead as
ability
well.
To 1v9 a game kind of requires that team fight setup, and they don't actually have a whole lot of it this game. They have the Wukong ulti, and that is a pretty brief amount of CC.
Definitely, I think DFM kicking themselves a little bit there and have the Orianna for this comp. I mean, look, that Dire is just playing out of his mind at the moment, so I don't know how much this lane would have gone, whether better or worse, but synergistically, the Orianna combo with the Wukong is going to find infinitely more value than the Neferi.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Should be the Lost Chapter online now for Dire as he teleports back to lane. There it is. So the mana problems now have been shored up. Histo and Taki in the area, possibly looking towards the Void Grubs. There are two of them, so it would be one more point towards that Monster Slayer, leaving them one away from the Warfare and the Monster Slayer.
Problem being, though, if not for that Oblivion Orb, Dire would have his Malignance on his next back.
Yeah. Yeah, again, it just stunts your growth.
I mean, realistically, he could probably sell it and get just over the line if he needs to, but...
Well, I think you're pretty committed to it now.
Yeah,
it's
unfortunately.
a substantial chunk of gold to lose out of selling an item.
It is.
You do need the heal cut because the Bloodthirst are coming through from Misfortune and the Silas healing. I just don't think it should be the Ahri picking it up. Not at that stage of the game, at least.
No. Absolutely not.
Going aggressively on the bot side. Nice flash away from Eddie as he did walk a little bit too close to that support jungle duo and still looking against Citrus though with no more charges. A great stun, but no follow-up there.
No bullet time, unfortunately.
Yeah. Bullet time down, possibly used to clear a wave. Not sure where that's gone.
Oh, I would imagine, given how long Karkun's been down here, that it was. Came in to collect it off Harp's TP down there, I think, given the timing. Still, support's not quite 6 at the 10-minute 40 mark. Just, there we go. Harp's just ticked over.
Yeah, he gets the cheap with the chimes.
Yeah, Taki rather is down here. Should pick it up. Although that cannon takes a little bit longer to finish off, so not going to be there just yet.
Dire with Spirit Rush at worst would lose it here, but not likely to. Citrus and Harp are both in the area.
No Cyclone though.
Teleport coming through. This could be dodgy. There should be Taki coming out, but no. Harp just going to choose to leave.
Yeah, they don't want to burn everything for a kill on Taki. They've seen how that's gone before. And with Dragon alive, you don't want to be wasting those summoners on a Rakan. or anything on the Rakan, really. Oh, bullet time's gone again.
Yeah, use.
I think to just shove that wave in.
Yeah, but the wave's not in.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what happened.
Well, either way, it's gone, and so will this Dragon be. As Team Secret Wales will get their 6th of the series, 2nd of the game.
Well, Barry is dropped as well. So I'd imagine it was used onto Eddie for some reason.
Yeah, I guess so.
Interesting call.
Yeah, DFM just unfortunately way behind in pacing.
Oh.
So losing everywhere. Harp taking a lot of damage. Isn't going to be fully committed upon.
Oh.
Now they will, and here out comes everything good and call. Coming through, we'll find 2 shots, maybe even a 3rd. No, that one's on the clone, but Team Secret Wales still in the area. There is no season assist, but over the wall will come Dire. Spirit Rush, still 2 charges. Karkun has both sums. Citrus, no flash. He has that Cyclone out. Dire taking a lot of damage. They get 1 kill. That's Taki going down. Histo flashing out does clear the range of the tower. So it's a 1 for 0. Overzealous dive, not the minion waves to support it.
Yeah, definitely, I think kicking yourself that you didn't have the bullet time there for Karkun. I think that would have been an even scarier turnaround, but they get themselves a kill and a lot earlier than compared to last game. Unfortunately, 100% of the kills that Team Secret Wales have given over this game have all been on Taki. Well, this series, rather.
Yeah, unfortunate. Still, 1k gold lead. It's not as bad as last game.
Yeah, this was a bit egregious from Harp. And a great quickness there from Taki. Catches both him and Citrus. Yeah, just not respecting it at all.
Yeah, unfortunately, very hard dive to ultimately pull off as long as Citrus is able to get that Cyclone down, which he does. Karkun flashes away from the knock-up as well, and that pretty much stops all possible play. Great dodge as well from Citrus.
Yeah, absolutely. Minute 20 till Herald. Next chance for DFM to get something neutral-wise on the map. They have completely lost out on the feats of strength, but getting something at least. And Force of Nature for Ray.
Yeah, I mean, it's higher in terms of the magic resist, but doesn't give you the trading power of that shield.
Yeah.
And he's already just very far behind, so the trades were always going to go bad. You have to be pretty even at that point for it to actually matter. And when you're down 30 CS and a kill, you're not even in the slightest. Smite comes through, it's Histo that claims the red buff.
Okay, Black Fire Torch first for Dire. So not even going to be the Malignant.
Yeah, he's a
Innovator.
A real Black Fire Torch
he's an innovator.
Bloodletters believer.
Yeah. Although Oblivion or Black Fire Torch believer, it seems this time around. Harp does have his redemption. This is a very bleak look in for DFM, unfortunately.
Yeah, Citrus is just being bullied out of this game.
Yeah.
Out of the series, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, unfortunately it somewhat feels like a ruin of their own making.
Yeah, very much so. But again, I mean, you got to talk about the positives of Team Secret Wales, right? This is the best they've looked in playoffs so far. Obviously, it's against probably the easiest opponent they've had throughout the year. However, you know, with the amount of shakiness we've seen in their roster in the playoffs gone by, it is good to see them come in and very dominantly take game one and have this lead so steady in game two. And while the gold isn't necessarily ballooning, they are getting every single neutral, which is just as important.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look, they've clearly done their homework against DFM. And they're taking it as seriously as I think they would any other. They're just playing so smartly around the way that DFM are trying to approach this game.
There's much on the map. I mean, there is the Herald, but really we're looking at this Dragon for Team Secret Wales in particular as that next break point. Get onto that soul point, pretty much gives you control of the map for the rest of the game. Stoke looking aggressively here. Should be able to find his way onto someone if he so chooses to. Chooses to, and it's on to Citrus.
Oh boy.
There's going to be at least that Tempered Fate coming down. A lot of damage coming back, though, as Citrus desperately tries to get himself out. Actually turns around, goes straight back on. The Cyclone comes out. Dire going aggressively forward with that flash. There's no more Spirit Rush left, and Arya comes in. Shutdown being picked up. That's Kakun who claims it. Ray gets taken out by Pan, and Pan in the thick of things. Very, very dominant on the Gwen. Finds his way now onto Kakun with that Q. Maybe even able to take the kill. They do at least onto Harp. They do onto Kakun. And it's Arya and Citrus all that stand on the back of a 1-4-3 going the way of Team Secret Wales. They'll get the Rift Herald and possibly even the Dragon.
All but certainly. Fortunately, it's a little bit slower for Citrus. He is looking for the crab, but yeah, I just don't know. He's got the combat power that he needs to take this Dragon away.
I'd say all but certainly not.
Yeah, no.
Coming back on the map, redeploying. Ray going top though, no teleport. Has to answer the push from Pun. Of course, needs a teleport forward the top lanes, but resets can now come through and out onto the map straight towards that Mountain Dragon. You have to assume here for Team Secret Wales.
I mean, it did look like such a good start. They get Citrus, they lock him down. Unfortunately for them, Tempered Fate comes out of Heart, means that he can sort of look to reset. Cyclone comes out just to make things a little bit more difficult. Dire just gets absolutely locked down, and then Arya comes screaming in for the top side, steals the Spirit Rush, jumps in. That kill does go over to Karkun, but from there, Ray just has died. He gets in, he's dead essentially in moments, and Karkun a little bit hesitant to hit that Pop Blossom. I think if he hits it immediately, he's probably away and clear, but Pun flashes straight on top of him means that there's just nowhere to go.
Dragon would be soul point for DFM. Ray Farkey in the area, does have ultimate for himself. Everyone with their ultimates back and available after that last fight. Karkun's just coming up off cooldown now. It's going to be the Rakan ult as the choice for Arya, as the Dragon now down to 8k HP. Bestow in the pit. Just taking a large chunk of damage, and Pun continuing to do even more. Season Assist comes down, Tempered Fate there to answer as Arya and Taki meet each other with that quickness, but Pun's doing so much damage. Arya flashing forward, Dire just able to get himself out, but the Mountain Dragon will not find its mark onto him, and it's a 1-for-0, it's a 2-for-0 even, as the Dragon will fall as well. Team Secret Wales once again onto that soul point in a very dominant position.
Yeah, very bleak looking. Just not being able to find anything in and around these team fights. Even then, the closest they got was taking down Dire, and he just manages to get away, courtesy of that redemption and the healing. Taki has hijacked the Herald, but unfortunately gets pulled over by Officer Harp.
Gets the blue buff for his troubles though. We'll be able to look now for that recall and redeploy on the map. No Baron yet, so really it would only be a Herald push. Team Secret Wales can delay that a little bit if they were wanting to do so. I mean, taking a look at the fight, it's just not really much of a look in for Team Secret Wales. Arya alongside Taki, they both use that Rakan ult at the same time, clip onto each other and stand around dancing for a little bit.
Citrus has just taken all his HP bar by the time he turns gold and doesn't get the Cyclone off, just because there's no time uptime that he actually has in the middle of that fight. So this gets very, very rough.
Karkun at least gets his Infinity Edge online, so it's a big spike of damage for the Misfortune, but is it big enough to compete with just how far ahead Team Secret Wales are? I'm going to go out on a whim and say absolutely not.
No, unfortunately. I just don't know if there is actually an avenue back. Ardakan going to be started up. DFM have to have an idea that this is happening. They've got no vision actually on it. With Dire and Taki positioning aggressively, surely that's got to indicate to them that this is likely what's happening.
Arya will have Spirit Rush for himself this fight. And again, Infinity Edge was just picked up. Karkun now in the area, down to 8k HP on the other Khan. Again, if ever there is a game thrown, it's usually here. And Citrus takes a massive chunk of damage off the back of a charm from Dire. Still playing aggressively are DFM. Again, one of those situations where you're glad the Silas E doesn't connect.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a bit bleak at Bunnings at the moment. Obviously, they're low on chain. So, Arya not quite hitting those max range catches that we've seen from him in the past.
DFM are going to send Arya back to deal with this Gwen.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of combat power gone. Histo looking to pull the trigger. The W used from Ray Faki. Still is relatively tanky here on the Cassante. You see Pun though. He's got himself a flank. Curtain call's going to be used. And will go Dire, knocked up from the Cyclone. But Harp is completely one shot. So is Citrus. And so will be Karkun. Ray and Arya, all that's left. It's a 2v5. Arya trying to do as much damage as he can. He's in the back line. He gets one for himself. That's a reset. Can he find a second? No. Taken out by that fourth shot of Eddie, who picks himself up a triple kill. It's only Ray that lives. The other Khan will fall. And only Taki on the side of Team Secret Wales found.
And absolutely shambolic looking for DFM. They were just not able to position correctly. Team Secret Wales have just played this game so cleanly.
Absolutely have. Recalls now can come through. Baron up and available in 2.5 minutes, and so until then, not likely to see all that much action. I mean, the Dragon, actually, the Soul in a minute 30 could even be the end of the game with just how broken open the base.
I mean, you just watch it. Team Secret Wales make that call to immediately go, and Karkun does not think he can play it safely, and he's absolutely right. As soon as he shows his face, Histo jumps in on him. There's not enough in that front line to meaningfully give him that clearance to do any sort of damage. And this is the problem with a pick like Misfortune into a comp like this.
Yeah, and I mean, that fight was essentially a 4v5 when Pun didn't really do anything. He arrives, throws a few abilities at Ray, Ray flashes away, and that was it. It's just so much power on the side of Team Secret Wales that they don't even really require that backup from Pun, who, again, if that was looking even slightly bad, he was on the most perfect flank of all time.
Yeah.
So, as it stands, it doesn't really seem like DFM have much of a fighting chance in these team fights. There isn't even really all that much setup. I think somehow if there's an absolute lapse of judgment from Team Secret Wales and a 5-man bullet time can come through, then maybe, but even that's on an absolute prayer. Pun can be able to flash away the needlework coming out. That going to be dodged away from. And that's a lot committed. Arya still trying to chase. He's going to land the needlework of his own, but unfortunately Pun very high in HP. Redemption coming down for him. Bullet time over the wall isn't going to be the damage. Teleport coming through. Eventually they do find it. It's Citrus who claims it. Teleport. This is going to be dire.
There's a lot committed.
Get Harp away, but Histo and Dire on the chase. Taki on the flank. Ray trying to help his team get away from the situation as Arya starting to channel that recall. Has the teleport. No, he doesn't actually. Half a CD away from getting it. Dire in now. That's the Spirit Rush. They're able to lock down 2. First goes Karkun. Second will go Ray. All out, not even able to channel. His Harp can be left to just try and look for that recall. Actually, now channeling the teleport. Either way, Dragon Soul going to be picked up by Team Secret Wales. And you have to say at this point, Game 2 is an absolute wrap. And they should be going to meet either CFO or GARM in that upper bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Team Secret Wales have just absolutely put DFM through their paces. Oh, and Citrus caught again.
Yeah, but Dire might be actually the one that's chains will not quite connect. He does have the Spirit Rush though, so Dire will be going down. It's a shutdown picked up by Arya. A big injection of gold that was very much needed.
It barely makes a dent in the overall total. I mean, this was such a desperation play for DFM, and realistically, potentially the best shot they have, and Pun still plays it so cleanly. And look, he's back up on the rift, and he's already taken himself another tier 2. They have to commit so greedily, so deeply onto Team Secret, or onto Pun specifically here. You just look at the ultimates that were used throughout that. 3 of 5, and then the collapse is just there because they are that deep already.
Now Arya, lucky to get out. Histo not checking this bush. Otherwise, that would have been another death.
Yeah. And just absolutely demolished.
Yeah, wow. I'm going to hesitate to guess and say CFO are not going to be picking Team Secret Wales.
No.
So I think we've almost, we've got to find out who the other opponent is, but whoever wins next game is probably against CFO.
No, I mean, given how the split's gone, I think it is irregardless of who wins the next game. Vikings and PSG talent have looked worse, arguably, than Team Secret Wales.
Absolutely. DFM still trying to find things for themselves, though. Hart pops the ghost. They are going to get this mid lane tower.
Meanwhile, Pun has taken yet another tier 2. He's taken all of them this game. And he's looking for tier 3, which he's going to get.
Yeah, might even get an inhib. Rotation's super slow. You have the Bard. And at this point, even if he were to go down, it's almost certainly a win.
Well, we saw what
They're
happened
going to
last
look
time.
through him, though. I've seen this one before. Punt, able to get away. The Shroud's there, too, so not going to be able to drop that Tempered Fate, even if he wanted to, Harp. To flash away, Ray Faki flashing onto him, does land the W, but that is all used for absolutely nothing as Pun's turning this one around, and the rest of Team Secret Wales just hitting the Baron.
Yeah, it's a very bleak looking. And with a wave crashing on the bot side.
Ooh. Ray forced to flash away from the charm.
Oh, look. Pun's beaten on a clone. It's a shame there's no teleports up because that could have been a tier 3 in the bot lane even. Pun teleporting in would have taken that pretty darn quick. And unfortunately for you, Jin having a good shot in.
Yeah, the Jin didn't do anything this game.
He's got 3 kills.
I
I mean, it's just cleanup. He is the janitor.
Yeah, the janitor.
That's the one.
I mean, this game, largely in my eyes, off the back of Histo and Dyer.
Absolutely.
Utilizing this via Ariana. Oh, Ari.
And that would be a terrifying combo.
There's been Oriana, there's been Ari, and now there's Arya as well, of course, in the game. Too many things too close to each other.
Yeah. And it's been a pretty decent shout in from both mid laners, so you'd argue a grande performance.
Sure. Hunt, not quite connecting. Oh my lord, Harp has been absolutely one shot. It's going to same going to happen to Karkud. In the back line, Citrus trying to do what he can, but it's not going to be all that much as he's taken out Dye, getting that kill. And
Oh my lord.
Arya, all that's left. Arya going to have to just use that Ari ult to try and get himself out. The charm connects from Dyer, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is the first series of the night, and it's a very clean one indeed for Team Secret Wales, who, like expected, do take the series, but arguably even more dominating than we perhaps thought.
Yeah, things go very cattywampus this series, and it results in an absolute mollywomping from Team Secret Wales. Oh, DFM, down to the lower bracket. Welcome to playoffs.
Yeah, a rough introduction to the playoffs here, unfortunately following in the footsteps of SHG, who likewise, I mean, they go up against tough competition coming into that 6th seed, and they do fall to them, and unfortunately here for DFM, backs against the wall now from here on out. If they want to try and make it to Worlds, it's going to be game after game after game of wins, a consistency that realistically we haven't seen out of them all split long, so they've really got to dig deep to find it now.
In my predictions, numerically might have been a bit wrong. I gave them a 25% chance, 2.5 actually. It was a misprint. It was a smudge on the screen. A rough game, for sure. And that one is going to smart a little bit for DFM, given how meaningful it was for them to make it here.
Yeah. I mean, nonetheless, they can still be happy they made it here, right? But still, they're definitely not out, is the important thing, right? They're going to go up against whoever loses the next series. And there has been quite a large level of inconsistency, particularly to Talon. Vikings lesser so, but there has still been inconsistencies. And DFM, they've been on the up and up. Now, this series was very, very rough. Let's not beat around the bush. But it is against arguably our second strongest team alongside Garm. It's, you know, on any given day, it's really hard to tell between the two.
Even with Dyer trolling in the mid lane, picking up an Oblivion Orb first. Yeah,
Taki.
Yeah, he's a bit of a character, old Taki. And he's an absolutely phenomenal support player in that bot lane.
For sure. Well, that is one step closer now to having at least one VCS team going to Worlds. I mean, it's all but certainly locked in the anyway, but still, you get the Vikings to win this next series, and you definitely have at least one of them going. So it is a pretty important prospect. I mean, keep in mind as well, if somehow Garm, Team Secret Wales, and Vikings all make playoffs, then they don't have to compete in that regional spot for the relegation promo tournament. As long as all three make it, then that doesn't happen. Now, is it likely that CFO don't go? Probably not, but again, in theory is possible, and it would mean then that DFM would have to play for that position.
It ruins the storyline though if CFO somehow miss out on being the only team to go to every international event in 2025.
Look, I think we're pretty safe.
Oh yeah, look, okay. No, I think you're pretty on the money there, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. That's not tonight's issue. Tonight's issue is figuring out who they're going to be playing tomorrow. And yeah, I mean, like, they just consistently had their target selection on point. Citrus was just absolutely manhandled by Histo this game, not just in terms of the jungle itself, but when it came to teamfight time, you look at how many of these clips are Team Secret Wales just completely zoning Citrus out of a situation where he would be highly impactful.
Yeah, I mean, just Pun. This was really the breaking point of the game, and it was Pun's flank was just so good. Karkun here, not
he should have just
on the blast cone, just gets flashed on. And Unfortunately, by the time the blast cone's hit, he's in top of it and just goes up in the air and straight back down for the double kill there for Histo, who, yep, very much well deserved the player of the match.
Absolutely. I mean, he just read DFM from start to finish that series. He was consistently in a position to find impact around the rift and to devastating effect.
For sure. I don't even really know how he ended up so much CS after the second jungle clear in the second
Because
game.
Citrus deviated twice.
Yeah, I mean, it's just still, you're at such an early stage of the game where you're up 3 camps. It's like unseen, unheard of scenes. And Histo, again, he finds the moment, finds how to punish it, and had a phenomenal game in both the Jarvan and the Vi game. So it is going to be rewarded here. I mean, realistically, you look at the team, you could have given it to anyone.
Yeah, but I think in terms of impact, Histo.
Yeah.
For sure.
No, absolutely.
If not for his impact, the team doesn't look nearly as strong. He's consistently just making this a miserable situation for DFM, who, yeah, look, we're always going to have a bit of a rough road. I don't think we necessarily expected it to be this rough, and maybe DFM smarting a little bit with Citrus not going to those champs that he's looked really, really good on.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately for DFM, the highlight reel is not really that great for them. I'm still excited to see what they can do, though. Again, it's so good to see them here, and I really, really, really do hope that they go back to playing the fun stuff like the Zed, like the Talon. Of course, Zed banned in game 2, but
yeah,
they do look like just such a different team. Even in game 1, right? Their proactive plays, while they didn't end up paying off, if the gold gap wasn't so massive, you could see an angle where Dire was found in that Baron pit, or you were able to take these kills onto punt.
Yeah. Maybe we don't go back to Misfortune. The problems are just too egregious into a comp like that. You needed something a little bit more safety. Unfortunately, Corki, having been played in game 1, wasn't going to be an option. And
for sure.
I mean, again, they get this kill, but at what cost?
We got them, boys.
I mean, just everything. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown at pun here.
Yeah, here goes this one. The kitchen sink just goes there.
Yeah.
Even getting the
bullet time.
A bit of damage.
I mean, if he isn't that low, there's a good chance the Cyclone gets dropped as well. And then by this time, look at Team Secret Wales. They've just absolutely collapsed in on their position. Arya just recalls. Like, there really is no other option for him at this stage.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was just another death if he doesn't recall there, unfortunately for him, as very, very quickly is Karkun exploded off the face of the rift. Much the same happening really to the entire team here in this clip. Half, barely even see him in the fight. Pun straight back on their back line alongside Histo. And yeah. A bleak game.
And one of the few games where Jin really has a lot of value because of how squishy DFM are.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, that is going to be DFM going down the lower bracket. And, well, for one of GARM or CFO, Team Secret Wales eagerly awaiting them. Now, our next game of the night, of course, I think this is ultimately the close one, where most recently we did see Vikings take down PSG, but I do think PSG have leveled up a little bit, seeing them at the back end of the season. And so, I mean, whoever wins here is most likely going to be meeting CFO, so you almost feel like you've won just to probably lose, if I'm going to be entirely honest.
Out of the frying pan into the fire, most definitely. But Vikings definitely looking a lot cleaner in Split 3. They slumped pretty hard in the mid-season, but now back looking stronger than they have in a long time. They could do it again. Honestly, I reckon I gave DFM a 25% chance. I was very, very wrong. I think this one is... I'm leaning 50-50. It doesn't quite swing one way or the other.
I agree. I mean, the thing is, it's too hard to know because Vikings, they go up to the upper bracket. They look pretty rough in the upper bracket, but so did PSG the entire time in the upper bracket. But then they go to the lower bracket and look good down there. So it's like, okay, well, realistically, yes, Vikings handed it to them the last time they went head-to-head. But do I think PSG have leveled up? Almost certainly. I mean, they're getting more time with Casa and Maple playing back together. Betty's looked phenomenal the entire split. My question marks still remain around RJ and Woody, who, if I think back to last year, look like a shell of their former selves. But do I think that's because that's just going to be the level the entire year? Absolutely not. I think they can turn it around. They can look really good. And as we do eventually head into our second series, it's just so hard to tell.
Yeah, my biggest question mark around the whole series is drafting. For both teams, they have been left a little bit wanting as of late. PSG talent, unfortunately, has been the more egregious because it has been the entire year, whereas Vikings has been a little bit more recently, but hopefully that 2-week break has been enough for them to shake things up and come into this with a stronger drafting approach.
Yeah, absolutely. 2-week break it was. Talking about break, we're going to go to one. We'll see you very shortly for our second series of the night.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true love is really just a phase. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love or I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Finds the angle to do so.
Herald dropped as well.
Alongside. Oh! Wrist, you absolute beast!
不要是第2名就好，因为职业选手啊，感觉只有第1名才会被大家看见。
Absolutely manhandled, flashes away. It's going to be Maple turning up.
Oh my lord!
But Rest is happy to take the fight. Maple will eventually find it. Will he?
일단은 저희가 오늘 마지막 경기가 될 수도 있는데 이제 저희 입장에서는 절대 물러설 곳이 없고 그래서 반드시 이겨야만 한다고 생각을 해서 지금 당장은 이길 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요.
You can see the smiles on their face. They've made playoffs. They get to fight. They get to look towards Worlds. They could be one of the 3 teams the LCP sends over there.
Như đã nói trước đó thì việc mình chưa bao giờ giành được một danh hiệu nào thì lần này cái điều đó rất là thúc đẩy mình và các đồng đội để giành được danh hiệu đầu tiên ở tại LCP lần này.
Ricochet is really ripping through those health bars forward. Will go Histo, but he's going to be taken out immediately. Look at the CC. PSG finding it, but the damage is down for Mini. The triple comes out yet again, and Pop in the meanwhile shredding through the top lane.
Việc thúc đẩy em ngay lúc này có lẽ là tất cả những người đồng đội cũng như tất cả những các bạn khán giả ở Việt Nam lúc này.
Emperor's Divide.
如果能拿到 LCP 的第1座奖杯意义的话，很非凡吧。毕竟打职业就是想要拿到最好的成绩。
Till the next objective, Maple's going to get jumped off here. And most likely going to go down. Nice flash, gets him clear of a lot of the damage. And then comes Carson. Arya might be the next target. Arya's taking a lot of damage himself. Flashes away, but he's going to get taken out by Carson. And so strong on this Pantheon, he's going to be able to continue forward. Woody finds a nice knock up and finds an even nicer one there onto Citrus.
Việc nâng cấp của giải đấu LCP thì đối với mình thì sự rất là quan trọng, tại vì kể cả mùa đầu tiên kích off và mùa xuân thì bọn mình đã không có được gọi là cơ hội để mà nâng cấp. Thì cái việc mà nâng cấp giải LCP lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất là lớn với đối với mình cũng như cả đội, là sẽ là lần đầu tiên được vô địch giải LCP và sẽ có được nâng cấp.
I carry the darkness into the light. I'm a renegade. I carry the darkness.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Darkin. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand and see how your story ends.
Welcome back, everybody. Second series of the night about to get underway. It is going to be PSG Talon going up against the Vikings. Of course, they did meet not 3 weeks ago, and it was the Vikings who did take that out, I believe 2-0 even. But you still got to feel like PSG have it in them. They have such historical names that have been very, very good as recently as last year.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely an interesting one to look at contextually where we find ourselves. A single bad day can really be such a turning point, and it could be that PSG Talent just had a bad day in that 2-0 loss that they suffered against the Vikings, which then ultimately led them to switching up the groups, of course. But any team is capable of having a good day as well, and that's all it is going to take here for PSG Talent to sort of buck that trend, rewrite that momentum, and get themselves back on track to try and qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the biggest problem they've consistently had throughout the entire year, whether it was Fofo or Maple playing, has been their drafting, and I think that doesn't come down to a bad day, right? Like,
no.
Half the time they find their wins earlier on in the season, it almost felt it was in spite of the champions they were given. Now, it wasn't every single game, of course. There were games where it's like, okay, yeah, this is a reasonable draft, but quite often they get into game and it's like, okay, well, it feels like we're starting almost, 2K gold behind just with how these two team compositions go up against each other in whatever champs that were picked. But of course, the Vikings there on your screen, Kratos, Guri, Kadi, Shogun, and Siu Long. Now, the one thing about this team that has been very, very impressive throughout the entire year is their ability to define the meta, right? We have their mid lane swaps that were just dominating everyone, including CFO, who, yes, CFO beat them, but it was not an easy task whatsoever. And now, more recently, the lane swaps we're seeing come through for the grubs and whatnot, they found a pretty intelligent way of dealing with them, where they just keep Siu Long in that lane and lets Kratos come down, get the entire wave. The AD carry's still up top, safe at a wave under his tower, and then he recalls and joins his AD carry. And we saw adaptation from the other top teams now, realizing, oh, this is actually a really smart way to ensure our top lane's not just falling behind. And now that started to be implemented across the league.
Yeah, but on the other side of that coin, PSG Talon, it really has been Betty, the shining light for this team, consistently putting up the performances where the rest of the team sort of falls flat. Currently the top farmer in the league with a perfect 10 CS a minute.
Yeah, I mean, he has been the consistent player on the team that has consistently had the gold, has consistently found himself in winning positions. It's been kind of the rest of the map letting him down a lot of the time. And I mean, particularly this split, it's got to be said. I think this split, more so than ever, he has been like, okay, well, Betty's strong, but the rest of the team's really weak. So you're not too worried about bot lane. Because, yes, obviously, Shogun as well as Siu Long are very strong laners. So is Betty, and Betty, despite who he's going up against, whether it's Doggo, it doesn't really matter. He is always finding himself in a good position. So I believe in his ability to do so. The question mark becomes mid-jungle, because I think right now in the meta of League of Legends, that is the most important pairing on the map, more so than AD carry support.
Absolutely.
If Kasa and Maple are playing well together, playing off each other, finding some proactive plays to allow Betty to actually have a chance of carrying a game, then I have high hopes for Talon, but so far we haven't seen that.
Yeah, I mean, you think back to the beginning of the year, and Betty, Woody were just dominating bot lane matchups. Like, it was just not a competition. Unfortunately, it feels like there's potentially been a bit of these things. Woody's not playing badly, but they are not playing in that same rhythm that they were playing in the start of the year, where they were just absolutely crushing almost every duo they were playing against. Maple, unfortunately, the learning curve has been pretty steep on his return back to pro play alongside Kasa, who, I mean, for my money, has potentially been the most consistent this split in terms of he is there, he is doing his job as best he possibly can, but the jungler is not the one who is going to get a game over the finish line.
Yeah, for sure. I think there have been some moments where Casa's really dropped the ball. I think sometimes he goes for these weird engages and he's quite isolated. Maple's not there, no one's around him, and he just ends up losing a flash, ends up losing his life, and those are the things you got to be really careful about, because a game can very much snowball off a jungler, right? If a jungler gets slightly ahead, then is able to actually use that lead to spread across the rest of the map, then it's going to be a pretty big uphill battle for whatever team is behind to win those ones. So I think for Kasa, while mechanically he's very, very good, I want to see him be able to play around, well, with, not necessarily around, but with Maple more, because I think you cannot go into these games in this day and age of League of Legends playing like, okay, I'm the jungler, I'm going to do what I want. You need your mid lane to be free, you need your support to be free to actually look for those plays.
Yeah, you almost want him to shift it up again, sort of not fall in line with the way Citrus is playing the game, which is just hyper proactive.
Yeah.
But he definitely needs to step it up in that avenue. Like, he's doing stuff around the Rift. Yes, he's taking neutrals, but it's not like he's going out of his way to force these situations that allow Maple or Aj or anyone to snowball on the Rift. He just sort of, it is, like I said, consistent. It's not showy, it's not flashy, it's not game breaking, but it's consistent. It needs to be a step above that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the music's coming on. We are going to have the walkouts very, very soon. But for the series, as we get the walkouts coming out, I need your opinion, your input. Where's this going? Is it going to be Vikings winning? Is it 2-0, 2-1, PSG? What are you thinking?
Given recent form, I have to go with the inner VCS shill, which is the way of the Vikings. They just have been on the rise. PSG talent have been on the decline. While yes, they have somewhat, stopped the ship sinking, it's still taken on a lot of water, whereas the Vikings have been doing reasonably well for themselves, even though they are now the little fishes in a big pond, so as it were, in that upper group.
Yeah, walkouts now coming through. Arja and Kratos. I mean, Arja, at least during the PCS days, was performing as, if not the best top laner in the league, and not really finding the same success here in the LCP. Of course, level of top laners has just increased significantly. Yeah, even, I mean, for my money, the best top laner hasn't necessarily even been a PCS player. I think Kiaya actually standing out atop the rest at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, you just look at the way he played internationally at the MSI and the Esports World Cup. Yeah. He was doing a lot for the team. Maple and Cardi in the mid lane. Cardi, I mean, look, again, has done very, very well for himself in this mid lane disc split, having fallen a little bit short as the rest of the team did in the mid-season. Maple, my opinion is still out at the moment. In the bot lane, though, yeah, like you said, Betty is just far and away the better of either Shogun or Style.
Yeah, Betty, of course, getting his credit in the animated cinematic we got on the Varus. He was, and I think.
I mean, to be fair,
yeah, he has been
currently holds the kill record of the year on Varus at the moment with 15 kills.
Yeah, that was a crazy game out of him. Classic Betty. See what he goes for here in this series. I mean, I want to see him on these strong champions. I really don't want to see him on the Jhin, because while he probably has been the best Jhin in the league,
yeah, which is criminal.
I need him to have some proactivity.
You want his Lucian, you want his Varus.
Yes.
Even though the poke Varus you wouldn't think is very proactive, he was, again, 15 kills on lethality Varus.
Say it louder to the people in the back, because I am so sick of this guy. Okay, wow, look, we're one game away from winning the series. Ziggs gets locked in. Like, please, give him Zeri. Give him something fun, something that can carry.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Unfortunately, the strategy for PSG talent can no longer be stay the course.
Yeah.
Because what has been their course this split has not worked.
Lost.
Yeah, it's been tragic.
I mean, the fact it took the Chiefs to get them off that loss streak is not a good sign for an organization like PSG.
Yeah, look, who would have thought that the bailout would come from the Oceanic hopefuls? And unfortunately, I don't know if there's a bailout coming their way either, with promos just around the corner.
Absolutely. Now, they do have the highest odds, though. There's 2 Oceanic teams in that one. So, if you take probability, Oceania more likely to win than not.
Yeah, but pound for pound, I think Oceania's weighting in that competition is probably the lowest, which is saying a lot, because Southeast Asia, the wild card tournament, looked pretty impressive. Inferno Esports coming out of that, I think it was.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I forgot now.
Shout out to our LCP Wildcard English Broadcast counterparts. Those guys did a phenomenal job.
They did. It was very impressive. Especially for those that English is a second language. I can't imagine trying to cast in a second language. That would be so difficult. I can't even cast in my first language. It's already difficult enough.
Oh, I'm sure you can manage it. You're somewhat fluent in... What is it you speak again?
Korean.
That's the one. There you go.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not all that useful in the LCP. There's a couple of Koreans, namely on the LGL teams. As we are now heading into draft.
Well, Nocturne banned immediately away from Guri. No surprise there whatsoever. Nico and Poppy. You'd imagine that's 2 support bans. I think more against Woody than necessarily Castle or Aja on the Poppy at least. And Yunara from Betty. Yeah, look, I think if you let him have that, you are just signing your own death certificate.
Yeah, I think he's played it once and lost on it. Maybe he played it again, but I remember he did lose his first game on it. But still, I mean...
I think with his current form, you don't even want to take the half measures.
No, for sure. One last ban now to come through from PSG, being that they are the lower seed. It was the Vikings with side selection, choosing the blue side. Imagine if lolesports just decided, you know what, we're going to do side selection based on alphabetical order.
Oh, dear. Yeah, there's it gets a bit bleak, especially when you think like LT80 has had Dignitas and Disguise. Disguise Toast team.
Then the org, ZZ Rot Esports.
No, dear. Zeta out of the LJL. Although I don't know if Zeta Division are in the LJL at the moment.
Not sure.
They have a number of other teams out of Japan. Wukong for Vikings and Azir Pantheon.
Yeah, Maple going Ultra Comfort. Casa again. I think this must be nearing his most played champion over the course of the year. I honestly, anytime it's up, he seems to just immediately lock it in. It might not be, but I just remember him on Pantheon more often than not, arguably.
No, give me a second, I can probably tell you.
That'd be good. Next phase of picks to come through here for the Vikings.
Alistar.
They were also, by the way, just keep in mind, the team that did consistently pick Ziggs into the Azir. I believe they even did it up against PSG. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but either way, it could be a Ziggs coming through here for Cardi. I wouldn't hate to see it either.
Actually, I hate to break it to you. It's not Pantheon.
Zinzao?
Sejuani.
Oh my lord.
14 games.
I haven't seen that champ since season kickoff.
It's actually, and get this, Sejuani, Skarner, Zinzao, Pantheon.
Actually, now that you say it, yes.
He was on tank duty for the first 2 splits.
I remember him on Skarner quite a lot.
Actually, yeah, it has his highest win rate champion at the moment, 83% on Skarner.
Oh, there you go.
78.6 on Sejuani. Pantheon only has a 50% win rate.
There you go. I was going to change.
Oh boy.
Varus for Biddy. And he gets his champ. He does tend to pick this as soon as there's an opportunity. And honestly, at this stage, there's not even that much dive coming through. Like, there is the Wukong, but there's not really the great amount of follow-up. You know, the likes of, oh no, look, there's a Via, Galio, and whatever else. It's not that bad for the Varus so far this game. In fact, it's even a game where, at the moment, you could make the argument for going the on-hit.
Absolutely. I think anti-ban, yeah, it makes a lot of sense with the Wukong. Potentially, I think you go an Orianna ban just to be safe. I think that just gives Betty infinite amount of room to move. The question is, are you more worried about the Talia is the only question. I think realistically, Orianna, with what's already been shown, is the scarier of the two.
Yeah, I think arguments to be made for either, so I wouldn't mind either necessarily, although it should probably just be another mid-ban. Otherwise, you're splitting bans feels a little bit weird. But we'll see. I mean, what else is there?
Top.
It's just going to be the Talia.
Rumble for Kratos, but...
It could have been something like the Ambessa, but they get first pick out of this phase of draft, so they can just lock in whatever top they think is going to be strong. I mean, the Ambessa is something that RG keeps going towards. It's something that Kratos keeps thriving on.
Yeah. I mean, you don't drastically need to go sort of the tank route. I mean, it then just becomes really whatever you want to play around.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of options for both teams at this point of the draft. Both certainly forming good team comps for themselves. But Woody.
Yeah, look.
Strong lane.
I don't hate it. They're not in desperate need of the engage. I mean, it gives them a lot of setup as well for Maple.
Yeah, engage tools there. Tempered Fate as well. Pseudo engage.
That's what I mean. The Tempered Fate setup, and then they could just collapse in it. Aurora for Cardi.
Yeah, something that he's been very good at. I mean, theoretically, could go top as well.
Yeah, oh, true. Very true.
But more likely than not.
Well, I mean, we're going to find out here regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Ambessa, okay, so Kratos is going to take it for himself. He's looked very good on it.
Does Arja just go for the Renekton? It's actually a pretty decent Renekton game.
Absolutely.
A lot of low-range champions. And obviously has a good matchup into the Ambessa. Yorick is going to be his choice. It's Arja still another one of the top laners alongside Eevee, really, that continually go towards the Yorick.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think it's a bad pick by any stretch of the imagination. PSG Talon do have a comp that does reasonably well in the 4 versus 4 or 4 versus 5 between the Pantheon, the Azir, just in terms of that threat of punishment. And then I'm assuming Betty is going to be going lethality this time around. They just have enough security that this Yorick is going to get huge value in the side lanes.
Yeah, they also have self-sufficient disengage through, obviously, the Emperor's Divide, but also Woody putting down the magical journeys, right? So if they do get put into a weird position, as long as they have some of those tools, they can actually find their way or navigate their way out and allow that time for Arja to find some proactive plays in the side lane. But that does rely on Arja remaining ahead, which is something he has struggled with quite a lot, especially on the Yorick and into Yorick. It's been a weird champ for him, where he hasn't seemed to be able to find all that much success either on or against it.
Yeah, for sure. Plus, I mean, if he does find himself that success in the side lanes, they play that sort of 4 versus 4, 4 versus 5 split. Suddenly the Grand Skyfall's coming in and they have that power to really steamroll over some neutral objectives. But, I mean, in the grand scheme, both comps have a lot of strength in terms of what they offer. The biggest problem is going to be Betty, in that we've seen what he can do when he is just untouched. And that was that Chief series where he played the Varus and there was just no threatening him whatsoever. Against a team like Vikings, I don't think he's going to have that same luxury.
Yeah, I mean, not that likely. Although, in saying that, and I hate to come back to history, but Vikings have seemed to level down coming into playoffs.
Absolutely.
Whereas I know, again, historically, that Maple does quite the opposite. Generally, gets into a playoff series and, you know, you can rely on him to be that carry force. Brick Toy Corky.
Oh, and Black Frost Alistar again.
The T1 Bard skin. Of course, the new T1 skins coming out soon, and they look phenomenal.
Oh boy, do they.
I love the Zeus thing where they added him getting hit in the head by the trophy.
Yeah.
A classic moment.
The Carrier Pike skin is my favorite. Like the list, the kill list is just
it is very good.
A perfect touch.
Yeah, no, I think very well done, those skins. The level 1 punching bag that is Alistair. At it again.
Absolutely. No surprises whatsoever. It is going to be that lethality Varus.
Yeah.
I think it's just, it gets a lot of value this game. There we go. Value.
A good chunk of damage done.
Although Taki was on the receiving of that in the last series. Didn't really matter in the end.
Yeah, it couldn't have mattered less.
Oh, yeah.
To be honest with you. Now, the thrilling bot lane. As Betty gently guides the minions into the tower.
Now, as Woody steps back for a charm. Classic. Iconic Bard gameplay.
Yeah, one of the most OP things about Bard and competitive is he actually gets to level 6.
Like a real champion.
While the chimes don't actually offer that much XP, it's more than nothing, which a lot of the supports get a lot of the time.
Especially when you're like Sulong, who's sitting there holding away for your top laner. So you do tend to miss out on a little bit. The top lane, Arja. Oh, okay. The mid lane, Maple, he's looking for it.
Yeah, Maple doing a lot of damage. Nearing on out of mana now, though. Of course, using that shifting sands. Very, very expensive to the mana pool.
Speaking of shifting sands, how clean was Hongkyu? There's it.
The ease forward and evaporates his soldier.
Yeah.
How are you going to do damage with that now?
He is the soldier. He was always the real battler.
Shifting sands. Getting Maple clear of some of that damage coming through from the Aurora. Doing very well at navigating this lane so far. Again, Maple on the Azir. It's his most played pick in competitive of all time.
Back in the good old days where you didn't have to worry about Fearless Draft. So those numbers stacked pretty quickly.
They did. Back in the good old days of Azir, where you used to press E on a tower and it just did ridiculous damage.
Yeah.
No, W. E's his dash. Woody coming back around. Shogun getting taken pretty low here. As Woody's doing a great job of being one of those combat supports.
But Cast is in the vicinity. And they seem to have sniffed it out.
Yeah, now there is sums available still, so it shouldn't likely result in all that much. The cleanse is going to go down. So it is a good find. And oh my lord. Casa comes on in early, gets himself the first blood.
I think he may have been listening to me. I did say I wanted to see him a little bit more proactive, and that was pretty proactive.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think a kill should have occurred there, but it did.
No.
Perfect punishment coming out of Casa and the bot lane there of PSG. Gives themselves an early lead here.
Fortunately in the top lane though, Kratos is having a rough time of it. He's falling behind pretty significantly. I mean, you look at it, they'd already stuck around too long in that wave, looking for something. The Pulverize only connecting onto Woody because Casa is just that second behind. And yeah, just the reaction time not there for too long to respond.
Oh, come back to live, and Arj is being chased back towards his tower. The CC layering is good, but do they have the damage? It doesn't seem like it. Arj able to get back to his tower. Has himself a really decent lead in terms of that CS. At least so far in this game, that 2 weeks off seemingly paying dividends here for PSG.
Yeah. It looks like it is going to be Arj heading back to the top lane. So it will just be leaving lane states as it is, and I think it's because they want Betty ahead again. So it will be give him that time in that lane because obviously Woody can go and find the charms.
Arj taking a bit of damage from Xilong, but trading even more back.
Oh boy, Xilong.
Wait a second.
No flash.
No flash for Arj either. All he needs is these minions to do slightly more damage, but they're not going to.
It's easy to forget this is technically a 2v2 lane because it's Yorick. Suddenly this lane swap seeming like less of a good idea.
Yeah.
For the Vikings.
Yeah, one thing that's weird is at this timer, we quite often actually saw them shift their bot lane into the mid lane. So this time they don't do that. And they pay a pretty hefty price there. And Xilong does manage to live, but boy oh boy did it cost him. He's teleporting back to the lane now, even on a flank. Arj possibly not aware of it coming, but as soon as he sees that ball come through...
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter because Shogun's just taken all the damage in the world.
Yeah.
Oh, Yorick, what a champion.
And Casa looking to pick up this red buff here in the jungle of Guri. In fact, going to be able to find Guri, who has the clone to get himself over that wall. But should be the jungle camps being given over. Maple in a pretty rough position in that mid lane is not going to be able to be there to help.
Yeah, Between Worlds has been dropped on Maple's head, so just being zoned out for the damage. Which, great play from Cardi. Guri is being a bit hounded in his own jungle, and Arj is just handily winning this 1v2.
Yeah, that is very problematic considering the CS lead between the two top laners is just steadily growing. Of course, while Shogun losing out on a bit of health is still remaining even in terms of farm. So not too detrimental for him, but it's really Kratos paying the price. Now in saying that, we've seen this position before for Kratos and he ends up finishing the game like 11-0. So, I mean, he's probably okay.
The problem being is Betty this entire time is just getting solo XP because Woody's been able to roam and get charms.
Chimes,
that's the one.
Or chimneys.
That's the one. Chimays, if you're French.
I'm not.
Neither am I, that's fine. Shogun, yeah, he's just losing.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I just learn a thing or two about Yorick.
Works best if you connect with your E.
Well, hold up, Casa getting jumped on here though, does block out a lot of the damage, does get stunned up, but Arj coming down here. This is going to swing the tides of this battle as Xilong locked in a cage. Does get himself out though. First grub will be picked up by PSG. Not yet looking to contest another one. We'll be able to give over one. See if they look for a third. Or a second for them in specific, but seemingly happy to just give them.
Absolutely. This gives them a little bit extra pushing power.
You really wish you could pick those up on Yorick, but Casa taking a little bit too much damage, and the wise decision to not do so. And I mean, again, how often do we see games come down to the Dragon team fight, the Dragon, the Soul team fight?
Yeah.
It is a little perplexing to me just how little that these two teams regard it, considering you look at Team Secret Wales and CFO.
Absolutely.
As well as Garm, who regard it so highly, it's usually taken at the 5.5 minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a contrasting approach to the game in the way that they control those neutral objectives. But as it stands, I mean, it's a 1,500 gold lead at 9 minutes. PSG sitting very, very comfortable at the moment. A lot of that is on the top side between Aja and Casa. This could be them looking. No, I was thinking maybe this is them looking towards that dragon, but even then, not willing to pull that trigger just yet.
Silong coming round behind Maple, but he does have that mobility of Azir, so won't be really that threatened.
Not sure it's worth the risk. Potential avenue into the tower. Realistically, now Silong again. The Alistar, the punching bag.
Casa just recalling too. I mean, I don't know why everyone hates dragons.
At least when it comes to PSG Talon and the Vikings. I mean, to be fair, Vikings probably have a good reason as to why they hate dragons.
Yeah, I don't think they can take the dragon. Whereas PSG have had quite a long time where they have a 2v1 on the bot side, and Casa, instead of looking for it, has just been steadily farming up. But now that he has his item, you have to think that some intent towards this dragon has to be shown, because I mean, it is just such a free win condition.
Actually, thinking about it, Vikings probably love the dragons, at least given recent media. Oh, Shogun.
Now Arja steadily making his way towards the Trinity Force.
He's 25 CS up as well.
Yeah, pretty massive natural.
Oh dear.
Casa ulting in. Shogun has flash and cleanse. He's going to be able to cleanse away, but Casa just needs to land one more Q, the flash away. Guri now here is going to pop that Cyclone as Cardi's arriving as well, and I think Casa has well overstepped his mark and will be taken out, trying to trade a bit of damage back, but it's not going to be all that meaningful. And again, just it's so perplexing to me that we're looking for that against a Corki with both Sums when there's a perfectly good objective, wholly uncontested.
Well, I mean, the thing is, if he just held off in the Grand Skyfall for another, 3-4 steps, he would have come in behind the tower rather than into the jungle.
That too. Bit of a lapse of judgment, perhaps, but
regardless,
a good punish from Vikings to get themselves even in terms of that kill score. It is still a 1.5k gold advantage for PSG.
But Cardi, the lane that was already winning, now winning a little bit harder. And I think that is going to be a solid point to sort of pivot off of course, given how everything else is going on the Rift.
We now see that bot lane of Vikings put into that mid lane as we so come to expect. As Casa once again jumped on, stunned up, does have the ability to dodge out a lot of the damage, but unfortunately the Tempered Fate comes down at the same time, and while Maple's trying to do the damage, there's not a whole lot of Azir at this stage, but they are trying to force back the Vikings, and Silong, failing the Alistar combo, will be giving a kill over to Maple, who's still trying to find his way in, and will! That's going to be another one. That's going to be the feat of Warfare, and that's going to be Arja picking it up.
And a 1.1k gold lead at the 12-minute 20 mark for Arja in this top lane. I think...
Oh, Cardi has flash, no ultimate.
Yeah, this is a bit of a bleak situation. No Tempered Fate set up. So the wave crashes. TP coming in.
Yeah, the magical journey. Off we go. Kratos teleporting in. Still only level 9, will be level 10 shortly, but nonetheless finds himself at a significant disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Caster survived... Oh, okay, so Silong fails it twice.
That is really bad.
Yeah. Pops the ult, just takes so much damage because of it. And then, yeah. One of the fundamental combos to know in this game.
Oh.
And he whiffs it twice, and then a phenomenal Shurima shuffle from Maple to launch Shogun back into enemy territory. Oh, and Silong. I mean, Betty is up 30 CS as well, off of the back of that lane swap.
Ooh.
Chains of Corruption. Just as I gas him up, he goes and makes himself look a little bit foolish. And then goes and hits every other ability anyway.
Yeah, not the worst thing, but it is a little bit of a detriment. Still, we are now 14 minutes in, and the Dragon has not taken a single point of damage.
No, not at all.
There we go. Passion.
14-minute Dragon, baby.
What he takes a big chunk, though.
Yeah, Leandri's online for Cardi now.
This isn't a sure thing. Although Guri up in the top side does mean it's more than likely just going to be given. It will be. So first Dragon taken at 14 minutes. That means that 34 minutes is going to be when a potential Soul can come through. So,
oh, classic.
Not really the biggest of win cons here, based on the time in game at which it was taken. Of course, if this does go longer, then yeah, absolutely, it becomes a pretty valuable threat. But nonetheless,
Tempered Fate up and available. Not even going to need it as Cardi is sticking around, it seems. Just thinking that someone's in that brush. But yeah, tower goes down. No way that it gets stopped here. Beats a strength claim by PSG.
It will be.
Wow, you don't see that every day. Waiting for the Herald.
Yeah. No,
okay.
It's the jungler, it's the crab.
They both spawn at the same time. Debated.
I do miss the 2-minute spawn crab where every game was just red buff and gank mid. Those were the good old days.
Speaking of the good old days, watching the Season 7 Worlds. And HKA with a familiar face in the support role, Kaiwing.
Yeah.
Playing 8 years ago at Worlds.
Hong Kong attitude, I do remember.
That's the one. Playing the Blitzcrank in the Ardent Sensor meta.
Yeah. I believe the only Hong Kong player we have in the LCP is Kaiwing.
Exactly.
Very talented one, of course.
Very much so.
Possibly... No, actually, I was about to say something that's definitely not true. In any case, Rift Shield going to be picked up here by PSG. So, possible avenue in. Breaking open that mid lane tower. Of course, for the time being, not a whole lot of damage done to it, I dare suspect. A reasonable chunk, actually, looking at the mini-map.
Yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of time where Cardi's been roaming, so the opportunity for them to get free damage, and Betty has been sitting in that mid lane for a good long while now. Okay, Woody just clears that wall.
Well, we are at the classic good old-fashioned PSG game. And we take things a little bit slow, a little bit steady. Wouldn't want to be too fast.
Although I'm saying that more accelerated than compared to their Split 1 games. Which is not saying a heck of a lot because they were just that long.
Yeah, definitely one of the slower burn teams of the league. Just in general. Kind of sharing that alongside CFO. CFO just typically do it a little bit cleaner.
Mid lane, gonna go down in here unless Woody trolls and drops Tempered Fate, but he's not gonna do that. Oh, speaking of,
doesn't connect though, as Valkyrie as well as the clone gonna be used to get out of it. Still breaking open that mid lane does now open up the map a considerable amount for PSG. Getting that vision control just made all the more easy.
Yeah. Oh, the Artican fight 2 minutes away to a potential avenue to throw.
Yeah, possibly, but with beating out 2 items, Maple approaching it, and Arja just so far ahead. You'd have to think they're a shoo-in to be able to take it. I mean, as things stand, I doubt Kratos can really compete with the side lane pressure that is going to be output by Arja. Now, while they both are at 1 item in a bit, I imagine that there's a substantial amount going to be picked up here by Arja off the back of this recall. So we'll see what he is able to collect himself. Maybe the plated steel caps.
4,000 gold at the 18.5 minute mark.
Yeah, just very quietly too.
In true PSG talent fashion. Yeah, I don't know if anyone is in a good spot for that. Okay. What's the angle for Arja in the top lane? He's got himself Phage number 2.
Who?
Arja.
Oh, right.
Well, Cast is clearly building towards Black Cleaver, so I would be very surprised if it was that.
Yeah, it shouldn't be Black Cleaver.
Stride Breaker? That doesn't make sense, yeah.
We'll see.
Trolling a little bit. Triforce number 2. He's going the triple Triforce build.
Yeah.
The power of threes.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Either way, Dragon number 2 now being started up by PSG. It's the Mountain Dragon, leaving us Hextech, Cloud, Infernal, or of course the Chemtech left available.
And
the LCP favorite.
Oh,
Hextech it
Hextech.
is. OPQ getting a lot of Hextechs actually.
Yeah, we got a fair few of them.
Yeah, there really has been not a whole lot happening for the past 5 minutes, if not longer. Though Arakan now spawning could be a potential avenue for a little bit of fighting. But seemingly both teams, for the time being, relatively happy just scaling away.
Yeah, I'm still not entirely sure what the game plan is here for Aja. Experimental Hexblade, maybe? It seems like an odd build.
No, it will not be.
So then it has to be Stridebreaker.
We'll see. Who knows? Because typically it's Spear of Shojin or Hullbreaker, but Phage is not a part of them.
Yeah, or Sundered Sky has even popped up a few times. Well, he's not recalling anytime soon. Oh no, take that back. Maybe he is. Yeah, I think he is. Okay.
Betty now fully upgrades his Miramana 2. Is working towards what I imagine will be an Edge of Night. Not yet there though, and probably a relatively far away in terms of that gold. Arakan still not yet to be started or even looked at really. A bit of vision control over there, but there are 2 nice wards being put down that would give access to Kratos and Cardi to come from some potentially peculiar locations.
Oh, see you long again.
Ooh.
Yeah, just copping a bit of heat. I was lied to. Aja is not recalling. He's just waiting for that wave to bounce in from Kratos.
Now we should get some answers as to what the second item will be. He should have it just in its entirety.
Black Cleaver, so they've just gone double down.
Yeah, interesting. Don't typically see this of the Yorick. Either way, Arakan being started up, and again, Vikings seemingly uninterested in contesting, although they are heading that way. It is very, very low. Teleport coming through. See along on the flank, but way too late as the Arakan already taken. Woody gets flashed on, and Guri not able to find that stun. Does have a lot of damage, though. Down will go Woody as Kratos trying to get himself away, but RJ will be able to land it. Actually, Maple gets that kill. Caster flashing. Cyclone going to land on him. He should be taken out as well. But so is Sealong as Maple trying to make quick work of Guri, and will be able to do so. Betty now getting taken down by Shogun, but a lot of damage coming back. Barrier going to keep Betty alive as Maple comes screaming on in on the Azir. Has that Emperor's Divide and will claim himself the 4th kill of the team fight, the 4th kill for PSG. Only losing Casa and Woody.
I think you very much take those at the end of the day, and Betty going to stick around to just guide that top lane wave in. Aja in the mid lane. Again, they're just shepherding these waves and keeping that prio up. And a phenomenal fight, just a little bit slow on the uptick for the Vikings to get in. Kratos also doesn't get the public execution off, which is very, very rough. Gives Betty all that uptime you see just in the back of that fight. I think the majority of the damage he takes is, off Sulong coming in and then Shogun connecting onto him with a couple of rockets.
Yeah, Maple just sat there, outputting so much damage with these Sand Soldiers, completely uncontested. Does use the flash to make sure to get the kill on Ducati, but a lot of gold now in the back pocket of Maple on the Azir. And yeah, I think we have reached PSG in playoffs by the looks of how this game's going, especially when you compare it to just 3 weeks earlier and how poor they were doing against this Vikings roster.
Ooh.
Between Worlds coming down, Woody, as well as Casa, really in the thick of things. Aja there as well. Maiden doing what she can, but not a whole lot at this time. Casa takes a big chunk of damage. Cyclone's going to be there, dodged up, and a lot of damage blocked there by Casa. Is down very low, and Betty gets the snipe, flashes forward, Slow will not connect, but Mabel comes gliding in, not going to be able to find the mark, and neither will that spear, but the Leandries will burn away at their health bar, and down goes Shogun, down goes Guri and Sealong as well. 3 for 0. And exploding is this game 2, or game 1 rather.
And that is exactly why Betty was rocking Varus in that cinematic.
Yeah.
This dude is a sniper.
Certainly is. Taking down their mid tower, now rotating to the bot lane with that Bard. They're going to be able to secure themselves another, and Kratos to boot does get that public execution, but it shouldn't mean all that much as Betty will come across and get himself another.
Fancy feat, but too little too late, unfortunately. Baron spawns as Dragon number 3 goes the way of Casa.
Running straight out there are the Vikings, but Shogun not going there means they aren't likely to do it. Just getting some vision down, maybe look for some teleport flank angles for Cardi to try and tip the favor of this game.
I mean, it was a bold call. Between Worlds and the Headbutt Pulverizer, unfortunately Andri's Bloodletter's Curse does not offer a monumental amount of damage for Cardi at the moment. At least an initial burst, it's more that sustain angle. Fury comes in again, Betty just over the wall, boom, snipe. Follows it up with a Chain of Corruption, but the Valkyrie means that Shogun gets away. Unfortunately, he then cannot get away from Maple.
Yeah, that one last auto attack, and Leandri's enough damage on it to get that tick away and take down Shogun. Sandcastle built in this mid lane. Maple, though, without that Azir ultimate, won't be looking for anything too fancy, just trying to establish that lane dominance, I suppose. Does give free roam on that top side jungle here to PSG, and they're going to be headed out towards this Baron. Guri in the area, though. The Vikings are going to be wary of it. That ward perfectly placed to find out what's going on.
I think of the... Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, Tempered Fate connects. Will they be able to actually find the kill? Onto Guri! Oh my lord, that's a lot of damage. Why even question it? Baron's going to go down. Guri as well. A full V5 now with Baron welded by PSG in the near future.
Maple's just able to get out.
Oh, he's just having fun at this point.
Cardi.
Cardi's trying to look for something. Public execution misses on the Betty. The Betty is the flash. He's getting taken very low and does get taken out. Cosmic Binding does connect. In comes that grand entrance. They're going to be able to take down Kratos. Sealong will fall as well. Shogun alongside Cardi, likely to be able to make it out, although Shogun is in a spot of bother. No flash here for Woody means he's not likely to be able to catch up. Shogun sitting there, just allowing PSG to walk up on him.
Yeah, I mean, look, realistically, Woody just sets up the portal, and they just chase him down anyway. So trying to make the best of a bad situation, tried to fake them out and maybe get them to follow that path, but PSG telling no fools.
Mid lane tower likely to fall, maybe even the kill on Guri as well, as that stun does go through the clone.
Oh my.
Very low now as Casa having a game for himself here. Top tower, mid tower, both inhibs as well. PSG eating good here.
Absolutely.
12k gold.
Cardi.
Oh, the Cosmic Binding connects. He's gone, taken out. Cyclone there for Guri, but he's going to be next to fall. There is just no damage as the Emperor's Divide onto Sealong cancels out the combo. And with all 5 members of PSG alive, Betty trying to get to his team, this should be the game. Being taken by them. They get their first win against the Vikings this split, and what a time to find it.
Absolutely, a game and a half out of both Maple and Betty. Putting up some crazy numbers, and if this is playoffs Maple, I'd like to change my earlier statement. PSG, CFO, and Gum.
That was my original statement, so I'm sticking with it. No, but honestly, I mean, such a dominant win by them. It started out very, very slow, but they still managed to finish that game by 28 minutes, really showing they did not need the Dragons as that win condition. And it was just largely off the back of Maple and Casa playing well together, but RJ in that top lane completely dominating Kratos.
Oh, yeah.
Not even really sure why, because you don't really pan your camera up to watch a Yorick and an Ambessa just hit each other. But just off the first couple of waves, ended up 20 CS and just continued to grow that lead. And you're seeing the damage dealt there. Gets put in a 2v1, wins the 2v1. And from that point on, the Vikings had a real tough task. And PSG were able to capitalize.
Yeah, I can tell you why. Morning Mist. entirely down to the morning mist. He was hitting every single one, and those goals were just coming in and ruining Kratos' day. Throughout the entire game, he was hitting those E's, connecting, even after the lane swap. I think the lane swap was a really, really big oversight from the Vikings there, because it's designed to change that momentum for one lane or the other. More than likely that bot lane duo, and Aja was just comfortably 1v2ing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if this game, PSG win game 2 in a similar fashion, then you start to wonder who's CFO choosing, because I mean, just undeniably PSG are going up against the harder of the two from, well, I guess Vikings are from the upper bracket, but regardless, this matchup is the harder of the two for, you know, in comparison to Team Secret Wales. And this was as quick, if not quicker, of a win than Team Secret Wales were able to find over DFM, despite one game being something like 23-1.
Yeah, and I mean, again, very similar to how the first series felt, where it just felt like impotent rage out of Vikings. They were looking for these opportunities time and time again, but they just missed out by the narrowest of margins. Even if Sulong connects it, I'm pretty sure they still don't even get the kill onto Casa. And Maple hitting that form that we've been waiting for all of split 3.
你们包正面小心，猴子，我现在有踩比赛看一下。80毛，来这里看一下。是。猴子，看猴子。AD 可不可以？我看你啊，阿志。猴子没闪，猴子。男生。追，我要开杀了。对，我还在打。兔子没闪的。这里哦，我不可以追到底。可以陪我推上2吗？我推。
One of my favorite things about the world is how the word nice just transcends language.
No, it does.
It just doesn't matter what listening you're listening to. If something goes well for that team, it is immediately followed by a nice.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so rough for the Vikings the further and further this game went on. As you look at just what a steamrolling it is by this point in the game. And I mean, they look for something here, and Guri just... so that we're about to hit a team fight. And yeah, Guri just dies so quickly. Where is it? It's in about 10 seconds, not even that, like 5 seconds. Just watch Kratos. So he's about to full send it in here, and he is about to be CC chained into oblivion. Steps forward, cosmic binding, stunned again, and dead.
Yeah, I mean, just good layering. And Beatty with a nice side step. He does get taken out in that occasion, at least. They did manage to actually find the Varus one time, but boy, oh boy.
You know what else is worth finding? It's your way to Da Nang, because we're going to Vietnam for the live grand finals. It is the 20th and 21st of September. We're going to be there. The top 3 teams in the LCP are going to be there. Oh boy, it's going to be a time.
Absolutely, and very possibly one of these 2 teams could be there as well before we find out the victor of this game, to who will go on and probably face CFO. We are going to go to a break. Once we're back, though, we'll have that game ready for you, so we'll see you there.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true love is really just a phase. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love her I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough.
Finds the angle to do so.
Herald dropped as well.
Alongside.
Oh!
Chris, you absolute beast!
不要是第2名就好，因为职业选手啊，感觉只有第1名才会被大家看见。
Absolutely manhandled, flashes away. It's going to be Maple turning up.
Oh my lord!
But Ress is happy to take the fight. Maple will eventually find it. Will he?
일단은 저희가 오늘 마지막 경기가 될 수도 있는데 이제 저희 입장에서는 절대 물러설 곳이 없고 그래서 반드시 이겨야만 한다고 생각을 해서 지금 당장은 이길 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요.
You can see the smiles on their face. They've made playoffs. They get to fight. They get to look towards Worlds. They could be one of the 3 teams the LCP sends over there.
Như đã nói trước đó thì việc mình chưa bao giờ giành được một danh hiệu nào thì lần này cái điều đó rất là thúc đẩy mình và các đồng đội để giành được danh hiệu đầu tiên ở tại LCP lần này.
Ricochet's really ripping through those health bars forward. Will go Histo, but he's going to be taken out immediately. Look at the CC. PSG finding it, but the damage is down. Romini! The triple comes out yet again. And Bob in the meanwhile shredding through the top lane.
Việc thúc đẩy em ngay lúc này có lẽ là tất cả những người đồng đội cũng như tất cả những các bạn khán giả ở Việt Nam lúc này.
Absolute divide.
如果能拿到 LCP 的第1座奖杯意义的话，很非凡吧。毕竟打职业就是想要拿到最好的成绩。
Next objective, Maple's going to get jumped off here. Most likely going to go down. Nice flash, gets him clear of a lot of the damage. And then comes Carson. Arya might be the next target. Arya's taking a lot of damage himself. Flash the way, but he's going to get taken out by Carson. And so strong on this Pantheon, he's going to be able to continue forward. Woody finds a nice knockdown, but finds an even nicer one there onto Citrus.
Việc nâng cấp của giải đấu LCP thì đối với mình thì sự rất là quan trọng, tại vì kể cả mùa đầu tiên kích ớp và mùa xuân thì bọn mình đã không có được gọi là cơ hội để mà nâng cấp, thì cái việc mà nâng cấp giải LCP lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất là lớn đối với mình cũng như cả đội, là sẽ là lần đầu tiên được du lịch giải LCP và sẽ có được nâng cấp.
PSG wrap it up nice and quickly in game 1. Very, very fast, very, very efficient, especially by PSG standards. And so looking towards game number 2, it's going to take a big clawback for the Vikings to find any foothold within the series.
Absolutely, and I mean, you look at it, we do have Style coming in.
Yep.
to replace Shogun. Wasn't a bad game from Shogun, I'd say, but
just a nothing burger.
Yeah, unfortunately, they sort of hamstrung themselves pretty heftily with that lane swap. I don't know what possessed them to make that choice. It wasn't like the lane was going particularly bad down in that bot lane. We know that they've historically looked for that lane swap pretty early for the most part, but yeah, definitely set themselves back just a little bit.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. I mean, I don't think many people expect to go and put yourselves in a 2v1 and lose it.
Yeah.
So I think something had to have gone wrong ultimately for that to have occurred.
Historically, they look mid lane. Cardi was winning at the time, so you don't really want to take him out of that situation because he's doing well into Maple. It's going horrendously for Kratos up in the top lane, so you think maybe, well, we can put the 2v1, sort of get that advantage back. Arja then immediately hits 6, has the Maiden. It's essentially a 2 versus 2. Just because he has that ability to outrange both of them by throwing ghouls. Xulong is always going to suffer. Shogun is always going to suffer.
Yeah, well, regardless, Vikings once again with side selection off the back of that defeat do choose themselves the blue side. So obviously something's going to have to swap up. They have their new AD carry coming, well, not new AD carry, but they have their substitute or main AD carry. I don't know at this point, honestly. But Styled coming in. Does typically play a lot more scaling hyper carry-esque champions than we see Shogun on typically. So we'll see if he does go towards that. I mean, it's not ever going to be an easy job to go up against Betty in that bottom lane. And that man on your screen there, Casa, having a better game for himself, of course.
I have to say, I don't think we've seen the watch at all this split. So obviously back to humble beginnings for Casa.
Yeah.
Reminding himself where he came from.
That's right. Unfortunately, he's been humbled in the past couple of playoffs. So maybe going for a different route to make it over to that Worlds stage.
Coach Corgi say you can have it back when you make it to Worlds.
It's been confiscated.
Yeah.
And by the looks of it, we are into draft, so we should have that on your screen very, very shortly. Yeah, I just don't know what's the angle they're going to go for. Because at least in that last game, there was not a whole lot of anything found by them. It was very much a dominant affair by PSG.
Lucian banned away from Betty. Now, this is a champion that Style has the 3rd highest kills in a single game on. It was against SHG, admittedly, so a slightly different caliber of opponent at this stage. Unara actually going to be banned away by PSG this time. Not wanting Style to have that. So, I mean, in the grand scheme, what you're looking at that's still available, Zaya, Kaiser, some of those...
Siva.
Yeah, Siva as well. Very, very strong at the moment.
Jin.
Oh, no. Okay, Kratos Rumble. I'm feeling a little bit more confident there. The problem being Gwen is immediately here as an answer for Arja or the Galio if they want to look that angle.
Yeah, both definitely good options. They could even go for something, try and go for like a pick comp or a dive comp even, you know, go something like the Galio Vi here, and then all of a sudden, you know, you're trying to turn things on them, but typically Rumble's decent into that. Rather, Maple going to be able to get himself this Talia. So...
Talia Vi.
All right, well, there you go.
So they've got some pretty good answers already.
I imagine it's going to be the Galio alongside it at this stage.
You'd have to imagine. And you're not really... Okay, so the Civet picked up as standard answer to the Vi. And the Rel is picked up here for Xulong. I mean, the Galio, you can literally just take it here. Betty and Woody have any number of bot lane duos that they can play. There's only 2 bans left for the Vikings.
Yeah.
I mean, you can even take the Galio here and leave it as somewhat of a flex for Woody as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're not taking Galio into Civarel, but regardless, I mean, if they pick the Rumble, it's going to be very well established. It's going up into the top.
Okay. Yeah, there's no reason for them not to.
So, the Galio are going to be locked in. You have that pairing, of course. The Vi goes in, you put the Galio on top of it, and all of a sudden there's a big area of where people can't come in, and whoever got hit by the Vi ult's going to get knocked up again.
Absolutely. So I think realistically Vikings would probably be quite smart to ban the Kaiser out, just to mean that there's the least amount of champions possible in the backline suddenly. Rakan as well. I think realistically Kaiser, Rakan would not be the worst round of bans for the Vikings.
Yeah. There's the Kaiser. The Rakan, I imagine, will be the next one.
It all but has to be.
You're bang on the money there.
What have we got left in the jungle? I mean, Xin Zhao. So at least Gary will have that. Although, to be fair, he has somewhat deviated in terms of what is normative out of the jungle, for sure. It leans more towards your Neferis, he's had a few Viegos.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wouldn't be too surprised to see him go for something like the Viego. Reason being, Viego is actually a champion that's very good when people are running into you. He's very good at playing on the back foot. There's the Rakan. And it's also good against Vi, because you can channel your ultimate to cancel hers.
Yeah, it's a value inherently. Jarvan actually going to be banned away from Guru.
Yeah, I guess. I don't necessarily see it, but nonetheless, is the choice.
I think more to do with the fact that we've seen more of the Jarvan recently.
Yeah, definitely rearing his head a lot more than he has in the past few years. Maybe by virtue of just the 80 carries.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
that's why the Jarvan was banned.
It's just unreal.
Oh dear. Everyone out here to try and prove you wrong.
Defeated.
Oh, actually, no. So Jarvan is actually Guru's most played jungler this split.
There you go.
Jarvan, Zyra, Vi, Wukong, Xin Nocturne, Trundle.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Orianna ban, which is appearing we've seen with it pretty frequently, but Ari is going to be there for Cardi.
A bit of safety.
Yeah.
Mid lane for him up against the Talia Vi is not the worst of ideas. Our last pick to come through here for Woody. I mean, take your pick, really. There's nothing that stands out as amazing at this stage of the draft.
I mean, Brom gets some value, but with a Jhin lane, you're probably not looking at angle.
Yeah, I would be very, very surprised if Brom comes through.
Nautilus, I mean, yeah, okay,
Yeah,
there you go. Just a stock standard engaged support that does reasonably well in this matchup.
The Nautilus and the Jhin, two champions. I remember I actually saw on Twitter a post that was like, Jhin is the worst champion to consistently be, you know, high tier or whatever. And it was like the tier 1 history of Jhin this year was something like 70 games, of which 20 were wins or something. It was egregiously bad.
Well, I can tell you.
Yeah, it was from GOL, so you will be able to find whatever the stats are. And they would have changed since that post, but not by a large margin, I wouldn't think.
All right, Jhin. do you, oh Lord, do you want to know, where is he gone? Do you want to know his win rate?
What is it?
45% at the moment.
Yeah.
So, look, I mean,
is that in the LCP or is that global?
That's just globally in tier 1.
This champion.
160 wins, 193 losses.
It just doesn't feel that good to have a Jhin.
No, it really doesn't.
Never mind. It's fine.
No, it's
ultimately
not. It's a Jhin.
there is enough damage throughout the rest of the comp. There's not even really, to be honest, between the Talia and the
Lord,
Vi.
that is a bleak statistic. Do you want to know the highest win rate bot laner in tier 1 play in 2025?
What is it?
It's fraudulent because it's been picked 4 times, banned twice. It's Nyla. 3 wins, 1 loss.
Yeah, I mean, Nyla is a strong champion if you find a good angle for it.
And then you go down to 59% with Yunara. Yeah.
That's crazy. New champion, 59% win rate.
Yeah, 40 wins, 28 losses.
Oh, well. Nonetheless, we have our team compositions here. Now, the one benefit you get out of Jhin is it's going to make the lane phase harder for Sivir, but really, she doesn't really need to interact with you. She just hits the minion wave, and so, yeah, I don't see it personally. But nonetheless, this is what's been opted into. You're at least not against any massive tanks, and even the Trundle, who can subjugate, realistically, the Galio, isn't going to get that much armor, so it's okay. But
absolutely.
If I were to suggest a champion in a game like this, what would I suggest? I still don't necessarily see why there's so low priority on things like the Aphelios and the Caitlyn. And the Jinx, honestly. I think this would be a reasonably decent Jinx game.
Does it upset you somewhat to know that Twitch has been played 4 times in Pro Play this year?
Not really. I think that champ's fun to watch. He's just not very good.
He's 1 and 3.
It's very difficult to play lane phases, Twitch.
Well, unfortunately, we are blessed yet again with a Jhin.
We need to find... We need to spend the next week in practice tool finding a game-breaking bug on Jhin. Actually, we should do that before...
Oh, that's right. Doggo did play it. I forgot about that. Yeah, he was one of those Switch games.
Doggo played Twitch? I don't even
Yeah, he
remember.
did. He did. It was a wee while ago. The only person to have a win on the Twitch was Elk.
Oh yeah, that guy is kind of crazy at League of Legends.
Yeah.
Over in the LPL. Should be expecting a pretty slow early game. It is PSG after all. Not known for their early game aggression. Not at least here in 2025.
Arcane Comet for Kratos. So we're not going to see the phase rush rumble that we have seen into the Galio quite frequently. Guri, they've got the vision control, so PSG likely will be unaware that Guri is in that tri-brush until now.
Yeah, he'll be trading down the bot side.
Oh,
He's going to be able to connect the flash away. Seal on 1 HP.
Yeah.
The health pot keeping him alive. Guri's still in the area.
Certainly not pulling their weight in that situation. They're not giving the aggro over. Oh, Betty was looking for it. Did not hit the shot blind. And Value Pillar turns into disaster in a heartbeat.
Jet. Doing a pretty good job up here. I mean, how many times have we watched people pick this Galio into the Rumble and then still just go down, you know, 20, 30 CS?
Yeah.
But at least in this one, RJ, he's down a slight amount, but it's nothing that bad, especially considering you are against Rumble.
Oh dear, I just looked at a very tragic statistic. Jhin has a higher win rate than Corki.
That probably includes Corki mid lane, though.
Yeah, still. It's only about 2%.
I also do kind of find the Corki a little bit fraudulent. It's another champ that needs to be very far ahead. You need to kind of get to your 2-item spike at least at the same time as the other lane, and because Triforce is so expensive, it's kind of hard.
That plus, you do need space to get those rockets out.
Very true.
Dragon, number 1 on the Rift. Hex Tech to start things off. Net mid lane. I mean, even across the board. It's going all right. The one rough lane, obviously. The Jhin does not quite have the same farming power as a Civet at this stage in the game.
Yeah, and looking at the current state of that lane in particular, you have to wonder, why did we pick the Jhin? If we're going to
safety
lose lane anyway.
I mean, all the go forward is there. The Kai'Sa was banned. I mean, yeah, there's probably... Well, there is just statistically better options, but Jhin has had more playtime, I think, than some of those options. So it is a little bit more familiar.
Like, I wouldn't have even hated to see someone like a Zeri Lulu, you know?
Yeah.
That's a lane that can punish a Rel Civet. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I'm right. A Rel Civet.
Caitlyn's something we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah.
Just sit in the back line, still have somewhat of the range, but...
Caitlyn Lux, by the way, is a lane that Betty and Woody were just far and beyond the best at last year. They were so good at that lane. In the Weaver's Wall will come here for Maple, looking for a potential pick on Daguri, who is going to have to flash away. Rumble not with the mobility. Possible 3v3. Smite on the Crab does mean it won't break out. So first Dragon was found by Viking. The nice stun landing, but unfortunately that spell shield gets Style out of the route from the Jhin.
Oh, the dredge line lollipop. Classic. Maple just recalling in Cardi's face there. I mean, this is presenting to be a reasonably low action game, at least in the early stages. Very similar to the last game, but when you look at the comps, that drastically changes as soon as team fight time comes around.
Yeah, for sure.
The biggest problem being is that Aja is a fraudulent tank this game with Guru playing Trundle.
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, you still get tankiness out of the fact you use your taunt and just ignore a bunch of damage.
Yeah. Or Kasa even. Kasa's diving into the middle of things and then it just has no resistances to speak of. Oh, look at that. No execution is calling start for Cardi.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a different
Oh, very much
situation,
so, but it didn't make it any easier for himself. I mean, the biggest problem for PSG is going to be that, you know, lane priority for the most part. Just sort of every lane that Vikings has does it just that little bit better and exponentially better when it's style versus Betty.
Sure. Maple doing a good job of contesting the mid wave and getting priority for himself, in fact. Now, more action possibly brewing. Hook will connect. That's going to be the ultimate coming out of style, and that's first blood picked up by the best champ in the game, Jin. Should be likely even more. That's the season assist straight onto the Trundle. Subjugate does come out. Is he tanky enough? Betty flashes away. Seismic Shove's great from Maple, but he might be locked up a little bit too much. Oh, it comes in!
Oh, my lord.
And it's an absolute trouncing as another hook will land from Woody. Flash away there for style as the Seismic Shove barely misses its mark.
Oh, wow.
But Arja will not. Kratos able to get himself out, and as things were so quiet, they erupt. And it's PSG at the top of that volcano.
The makings of a mollywomping. Sulong face tanking into the entirety of PSG talent. Teleport coming through. Cardi back to that mid lane, but it's too little too late. There's nothing to be found off the back of it. And a brilliantly executed fight from PSG talent.
What an absolute trouncing this fight was. I mean, Woody just sits in there, able to land the hook onto Guri. Back of course, the cease and desist. While Betty does flash away from the charm, it pretty much means there's no counterplay.
Oh, and the equalizer.
Sitting on it.
Yeah, just not quite enough to finish Betty off there.
The fact that Betty knew that is kind of crazy.
I just don't think he cared. He was role-playing the Jin there. Just a cold-blooded psychopath.
还行，他死了，有高吗？多一个，2秒，没事，不用硬杀，已经很赚了，nice。
Very animated old Casa. Woody,
missed it by that much.
Unfortunately, Woody has been taken out.
Indeed. I mean,
one of those things that can happen. A support goes toward and immediately gets blown up.
Yeah, it is that eternal struggle, being a support. Okay. Does he just hit Cardi here? I think he does. No? Okay. He misses the hook, drags himself in. Yeah. He just completely sells the farm on that hook and then misses by a pixel. The one time the dredge line lollipops in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I think unfortunately he was dead either way. But
absolutely.
It did make for a funnier event.
Literally what we were talking about with the Silas in the last series, that one moment where you really don't want it to connect, but it does anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then the one time you want it to connect and it doesn't.
Dragon, second of the game, first of the game for PSG is going to be started up. This would get them one step closer towards the feat of Monster Slaying, which would give them the feats of strength all completed up, and upgraded boots that come alongside it.
On a ward, so they're not casters, potentially looking to collapse down on the bot side, but Guri is here. Ward's going to be cleared out, so now it is a case of PSG talent won't know for sure that Guri's here, but it's not going to take much to tell them that he is.
Yeah, of course, have confirmation now. They go to clear out that pink ward. Still, with how the fights went, the lead really nothing to speak of for PSG. 800 gold or just 200 across the board, really, outside of that mid lane. Means there's no substantial advantage found, and especially in that bottom lane, as soon as color's completed, it will actually be Style that has a slight lead.
Yeah, Leandri's finished up now for Kratos as well. Oh, okay.
Hook lands and Woody able to maybe secure the kill to Sealong. Burns away to that ignite. Guri now. Maybe the next one under pressure. Hook goes wide. But then comes that Weaver's Wall. Can they find Kratos? Kratos no flash. He's going to be locked up, stunned up. Weaver's Wall's going to connect. And everything comes down on Kratos. A lot of damage back onto Maple, though. He's burning away with that Leandri's, but he should have enough HP to survive.
A lot committed for a Rumble when there is realistically nothing to gain.
Oh, dear.
Okay, never
Guri.
mind.
Uh-oh. There's a lot to gain. Subjugate comes out. He's going to get blown up. It's going to be Casa who claims that one. Flash away here from Argers. Back into the fray of things comes Sealong. That's 3 kills that were found ultimately down this bot side, and Maple starting to finally hit away at this bot tower.
Until Guri gets caught, that is not the end of the world. And then
No.
Guri gets caught, and well, it just gets worse. Because it was a lot used.
It was. They get the 2 kills, obviously, starting off with Sealong here. Woody able to just walk out of that bush and land the hook pretty cleanly. A lot of damage comes down. He does flash away, but unfortunately burns to that ignite.
Yeah, I mean, again, Kratos just a little bit too keen with how far spread the rest of the team was. I mean, Cardi using the Spirit Rush just to get in the local area. Yeah, just a little bit too keen. Not respecting the collapse potential from PSG talent. We're Viking, and that is a very fatal mistake, especially when it comes to playoff time.
Arjun not able to get past that pillar. Does have to flash it. So at least it's some summoners found, but ultimately it's only Woody and RG. It's not the biggest deal for PSG. Having a rough time of things as Kratos. Is up CS, but 2-0-3 on this Galio as RG being critical to the team fights that PSG have found. Now Woody's going to get targeted down here. Everything coming down onto him, but he has survived for the time being. Redemption even coming down. PSG not able to help him for the time being. It's a lot of damage and should eventually find the kill, picked up by Style, who is exactly who they needed to go on.
He's still 2 stacks off his cull. Oh, Lord, it's bleak times.
Yeah, we'll get the next wave, so. Is going to now even out that gold between the 280 carries, very importantly for him.
Guri.
The big win con can be him. Flash away from Betty.
With that cull procking, gold all evened up. Betty no flash in this next team fight, which likely will be around that. Actually, no, there probably just isn't going to be a team fight, let's be honest. Usually, Herald is given it reasonably for free. Once in a blue moon, we'll see a fight over it.
Absolutely. Casa now starting up on the Rift Herald. No one really in the area just yet for PSG, but Woody and Betty will make their way up there. Now, Betty has not recalled after using his flash in the mid lane, which means he is just sitting very far away, gets himself the red buff, and now will look to contest with his team. Should be picked up another objective, and this means that through defensive strength secured PSG as Woody once again face checks into a bush fully loaded with Vikings members, but the Weaver's Wall is here to try and turn things around.
Oh my Lord.
And Maple finds a fantastic shove, and boy oh boy, is Maple back? It sure looks like it. Another shove lands, another kill comes through, and Style limping away will get caught by the root. And PSG maybe returning to their former glory.
Just no real respect for the Wombo. And the worst bit of it all is there was no ability to try and deny this combo away from PSG talent. As soon as that first pick phase, first ban phase was done, they were all but freely getting themselves the Vi, Talia, and Galio, and Betty.
Oh! He's laughing in his player cam too.
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't no gas in it. Oh, and they had Woody dead to rights too.
But in come the fellas.
Yeah, Cardi again is just too far away. Unable to help. And then Galio does what Galio does. And then Kratos body block style.
And it has to be said that now, for the first time, at least in Split 3, it seems like PSG are playing as a cohesive unit.
Absolutely.
And once again, it becomes crunch time and they truly lock in.
Yeah, I mean, you begin to wonder if maybe that extended break, as good as it was for PSG Talon, may have been somewhat detrimental to the Vikings, who potentially have lost a little bit of extra steam given that downtime. 13,000 damage for a Civet. Ricochet, what an ability.
Yeah. Considering the kill score, the fact it's still only a 4k gold lead is a positive for Vikings, but that's mainly because of all the standing gold that is still left on the map. I mean, this tower that you can see Castle looking eagerly towards is one of the potential avenues in. Yeah, no equalizer here. The rest of PSG are coming down. Maguri is there to match. Castle missing out on the Q, but teleport coming through. That's going to be the cease and desist. The lockdown is there, and Kratos should be taken out. What more can they find as a great Magnustorm comes through for Sealong, lands onto 3. Just trying to get away. Flash out on the backside there is Maple having to leave the tower. Double kill comes through for Betty. Here comes the on the hunt. Are they able to find more though? Betty is just standing and delivering a lot of damage on Styled. Maple able to live. That's going to be a really nice amount of damage coming through from Cardi, but unfortunately with that shield is not going to be able to find the execution onto Maple, as he's going to get chased down to the wrong side of the map and will be taken out by the rest of Talon.
Yeah, unfortunately, while the team fight was split, Cardi was fighting Maple, having shoved that wave in, so it was Kratos and Guri unable to really just collapse in when they needed to, and Star walks it, immediately takes 50% of his HP and has to back off again.
And as I've always said, I mean, Jin just such an impactful champion, 5-0 and 8 here.
Oh dear. Every time you have your little Jin run, Betty goes and does his best to prove you wrong. The worst bit, yeah, I mean, equalizer just not there. If it was, this potentially looks a little bit different, but again, Sealong, I'm not quite sure what he's thinking. His top laner was already dead. The rest of the team was so far spread.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a really good ult if anyone there.
Yeah, there you go.
Anyone was there, rather.
A Q from Aja and Betty, and yeah, depth charge as well.
The sad thing is, I was about to say if anyone that was there capitalized, but the reality of the situation was he was alone, essentially.
Yeah.
I mean, he was with Guri, but that guy's not going to be able to do anything. The Trundle not really known for his AoE attacks.
Definitely not. For the 4th game in a row, a fairly one-sided situation.
Yeah, and I mean, I did not expect that out of this series. I did expect Talon to have turned it around, but not to this degree. And of course, yet to see if it's them or if it's the Vikings sort of falling under the pressure of playoffs, which again, they have done in previous splits.
Every split so far, unfortunately.
Yeah.
They have not found a win in the playoffs bracket.
I think they have, but anyway,
no,
the out hook does connect onto Guri, and Ice Seismic shove. Equalizer's great though, but is there going to be any damage? No, Caster pulls the trigger. One more ult will land. No, it will not, but it will. That's a gargoyle and a big one at that as the ace comes through. A triple kill and a quadra for Maple. And PSG are truly back.
Unfortunately, Casa takes the Penta. Not intentionally, but unfortunately. 20 minutes in, still 4 minutes and some change away from Baron. And I mean, look, with how strong they are, you'd think that they get in the game now, but they just can't.
Yeah, death time is still relatively short at this time. There is a lot of wave clear on the side of the Vikings, but these fights are exceedingly one-sided. 21 minutes in, 10k gold advantage, another tower extending that in the Arakan to provide even more combat stats off the back of it. And PSG, they are possibly just one team fight away from picking up their first playoffs wins. And I mean, if they do manage to get this one across the line cleanly, where is CFO's head at? Are they picking Team Secret Wales, who admittedly did beat DFM very cleanly, or the PSG that just beat the Vikings clean?
I think you still take PSG at the moment. Just because Vikings have looking like they've taken a nosedive off a cliff. They're just being completely outmaneuvered.
I mean, you say that. There's a very, very famous LCK moment where I believe it was KT, opted into choosing T1 as their opponent. As we come back to live, shutdown, picked up. That's nice style. That's a big injection of gold. Can they find more? Cardi will not. In fact, he's taken under the tower and he's gone for a jolly old ride. Betty able to take that kill, but it is answered back as they will find Casa. Now Betty charging on forward, finding a lot of damage, has a lot of movement speed. The pillar maybe just stops him in his track, but the curtain calls there. 1, 2, not gonna have the damage. Needs to land one more W, but won't be able to do so. However, is still charging forward. The blue trinket will spot out exactly where Sealong is, but not able to find more. So a team fight win there for the Vikings.
A half second later, Kratos was dead. That is a very rough situation, but yeah, shut down, going the way of style. Is working towards his mortal reminder. What happened? We were in the middle of a replay. Aja, okay, Aja just gets caught by Guri, and no, okay, Aja does not immediately just get caught by Guri. Okay, he gets caught by a charm. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, and a pillar. Brilliant.
Redemption ultimately is undoing there. Unfortunately, Cardi going forward, this is the charm, gets absolutely locked down, but does make his way out. Unfortunately for Casa, without that Galio there, is just made of paper, so does get taken out very promptly. Back to live, should be a top tower maybe found, although Maple clears out the wave. What I was going to say, I believe it was season 13, so 2 years ago. KT were on the verge of making it to Worlds. They were in semi-finals, I believe, and had to choose their opponent, chose T1 and just got, well, it was a 5-game series, but they lost and they never made it to Worlds.
Oh, dear.
And the comparison being that in many ways, PSG are, you know, the T1 of this region.
Yeah.
Obviously not as successful, but in the terms of, you know, sometimes they look quite weak early on into the season, but by the time it gets around to Worlds or playoffs, they tend to turn it on.
Actually, thinking about the last time that CFO played Team Secret Wales, I think they picked Team Secret Wales because Team Secret Wales just got, as much as they've been gapping other people, CFO gapped them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember.
So I think that's the likely choice at this stage.
Yeah, there's also that little rivalry though.
Yeah, but
PSG one. You know?
Do you really want to gamble on the chance of a spot at Worlds?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think I would choose Team Secret Wales too, but like, how much do you put into, okay, maybe PSG just had an on day today versus, okay, they are actually playing like the caliber of team that you'd expect them to.
Yeah, but if you take into account historical data,
yeah.
Team Secret Wales historically has just completely face-planted in playoffs, whereas PSG Talon has consistently made top 3.
Yeah, and then fallen at the last hurdle.
Yeah.
Both splits, they were one position away from making it to the international.
Yeah, rough gigs.
PSG starting up on this Baron. It is going to be spotted out, and it's not the fastest affair, being that they do have this Jhin. You see Vikings are going to be able to come and retaliate. Teleport available for Kratos on the Rumble. Arjet biding his time. PSG maybe looking to turn. Hook does go wide, and the Baron resets. So nothing found of this engagement, but there might be a fight brewing. Woody continually running on forward, and comes the Weaver's Wall, trying to route this Vikings roster into an unoptimal, suboptimal fight. Still not able to do so.
Yeah, I mean, hoping that PSG end up out of position. I mean, the problem being is, despite the fact that this is, what is it, essentially a it is just a 9.3k gold lead. Sivir just does so many things late game.
Yeah, I mean, they've already fallen prey to that once the split up against Team Secret Wales. Their first game, in fact, of the split. Were substantially far ahead. One mistake out of Betty was what costed them. That's got to be ringing in the back of his mind as we do approach a possible Baron flip. Arjik trying to go forward, but it's Casa that's able to find his way in. Cardi having to desperately run away, and down will go Sealong. Arjik in the thick of 3 people trying to get that torn off. Will be able to get away with that phase rush. It's flash forward from Maple. They get another one. Guri's going to go down too, all but certainly as he's limping away. Cardi definitely falls on the top side. And Guri manages to get out, but not before losing 3 of his teammates, and this will be the Baron.
The amount of wombo in this PSG combo is too great for the Vikings, unfortunately. Style struggling to get close enough to get that damage out from Siva. Just too much threat in response. And it looked like it was potentially a decent enough shout in where they do some good damage to Arja, but then the team immediately collapses in on them.
Absolutely, and now Baron in the back pocket. PSG, they are minutes away from potentially getting themselves into that upper bracket semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, just look at it. Style gets jumped on, depth charge as well. No real uptime. I mean, it was a brilliant response from Caster, just flying in over that wall to catch Cardi. And the Hextech alternator potentially could have been a Seekers. That might have been a slightly better situation for them. But realistically, just the amount of damage coming out of PSG at this moment is a little bit too hard to handle.
Kratos aggressively positioning, and he's going to get split off from the rest of his team. No, they make it over that wall, and now it's Caster that maybe is in a rough position. A lot of CC coming down onto him. He does pull the trigger on that cease and assist, but it's picked up. Curry gets that first kill, and now Arja, he's in the middle of absolutely everyone. Does go golden as the sniper wave. He finds his way onto that back line, and yes, Arja's going to fall, but what does it cost them? It's a 2 for 2 as things stand. Woody having to flash away, and Betty over the wall. One, give me a second. There it is, and Kratos is now all that stands.
Yeah, I mean, that equalizer, you know where Betty is because the curtains call is coming down. Doesn't really find much other than, I mean, Arja was dead to rights anyway. Potentially makes that fight a little less comfortable for Betty, but PSG just steamroll through a 20 kill gap in the game.
Still not over though.
Yeah, unfortunately it's Jim.
It does take a while to beat through those objectives. And Dragon Soul on the table. Maple's going to head towards it, start it up, and Caster should head straight there from spawn, meaning that the Soul should be picked up.
No reason for it not to be. Yeah, it's a very rough spot. Cardi, 0-6 and 5 on this Ari. You'd think the answer, this very in-your-face comp, but just not able to clear the distance. 10-0 and 15 on the Jin.
Yeah, the best champion in the game. I've been saying it for years.
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
It was a great start. They identify that this, you know, because the Weaver's wall was off its mark, they're able to make it through, and that does give them the lead in terms of the numbers.
Oh,
but
yeah,
and
okay.
two, Betty finds his mark on both of the curtain call shots, means that they take out Styled pretty freely, considering how the team fight was looking.
I mean, if that equalizer goes down onto Betty, he just cannot walk his way into that fight. I mean, realistically, he's done the damage he needs to, killing Style. But potentially there's a world where it doesn't get worse.
Now 12k gold advantage. No Baron, well, I mean 10 seconds of it, but it will be going down essentially as this minion wave crashes, so they're not able to utilize it to take down any more towers.
6 kills. Betty sets himself a new kill record.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think there's just that much left for the Vikings in this game. I think one fight in the game is all but done.
Yeah, top lane tower going down. Betty now alongside his team walking towards his top tower. Maple putting down that Weaver's wall is going to cut off Guri from the rest of his team. He does not have flash, so he is locked down. Equalizer coming down to provide a bit of space, but Woody might be targeted out. Woody might be taken down. Oh. Here comes Arja. That's a 2-man. That's 1 for 1. That's 1 for 2. Couldn't call. Not going to find anything more, but PSG are certainly in a good position to try and look to end it. Great timing on that scattered earth. Means mid lane inhib will go down. The top lane will follow.
Cease and desist still available for Caster, so anyone that steps too far out is going to be caught. Cardi no longer has Spirit Rush.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's Style. Is it? No, okay. They hold off for the moment, but this should just be game.
Yeah, Nexus Tower's going down. The Nexus likely to fall, much the same as Style. Can we get Cardi as well? Betty might go down for the only time this game. The Leandres is doing some damage, but it runs out. And that unfortunately means Betty will not fall. It unfortunately means, however, the Vikings Nexus will, as PSG take their first series here in our playoffs.
Well, DFM were able to battle their demons earlier on this split to get themselves here to playoffs and taking down SHG. Unfortunately, it looks like their next demon will be the Vikings.
Absolutely, yeah. The Vikings have been able to take out DFM very consistently, and on the same note, the only time they went up against PSG, they were able to do so here as well in the season finals, but this time round, PSG, a revitalized looking and on form, or in form, looking PSG. Coming out to the playoffs, a quick 2-0, a very clean quick 2-0 as well.
Oh, the merch. It makes me all the more excited for Da Nang.
Yeah, oh, words cannot express. Now, both of these teams now 1 win away from getting there. Best of 3 for PSG, as well as, of course, Team Secret Wales, the next series. And then after that, that's the only best of 3s we have left. Everything else is best of 5.
Oh, it's gonna be a good couple of weeks. We are gonna eat well before we head overseas.
Absolutely, and of course, the matches. I mean, we'll see it at the end of the broadcast anyway. But tomorrow's matches are going to be the upper bracket, so we're going to get to find out very shortly. Probably after broadcast tonight, it'll be posted on socials about who is going up against who. I have to imagine that CFO against Team Secret Wales. Just again, you have to at least put some credence in how the last playoffs have looked for both of these teams.
Yeah,
I mean, like, in the most recent one, it was almost a clean sweep with PSG going 3-0 against CFO. Now, they did have a different mid laner, admittedly, but still, you know, you got to put some thought.
Historically, the stats do back, CFO wanting to take Team Secret Wales, because Team Secret Wales have just looked night and day different compared to their regular season. Betty, 30,000 damage. The most in the lobby by 100.
Yeah, Maple, Betty, both having really good games. Casa as well. I mean, all of them did. Again,
100 assists. 4 times that of Vikings.
Wow. That is an impressive stat. Wow. Anyway.
On average, 3 people were involved in every kill. No. Yeah, no, 3 assists per kill. That's crazy.
Public, buddy. Don't do math.
Yeah.
Don't do math. Ooh.
That's a new one.
I'm liking
the voice line highlights.
Only voice lines and pings.
And gold.
Oh, don't go.
Rough timing there for Cardi.
Betty picks himself up the player of the match. Very well deserved.
There is, look, as well as the rest of the team played, there is just no argument. No at all.
I think there is an argument for Maple. Honestly, both the Zazier game and now the Talia game.
He gets put on 2 artillery bot laners and plays as well as he did. I think that he still has that handily.
That was in large because of how well Casa and Maple were doing.
Yeah.
Again, I talked about it before the game. How
39 KDA for Betty.
How this team looks is going to be up to what this mid jungle looks like. And now, finally, I think for the first time this year, they look on the same page. Casa Fofo never looked this aligned in sort of their map movements. I think now Maple and Casa have found how to play together and how to use that to play with the Rift.
I think that also looks different because of the way that PSG were clearly playing the game, which was much more passive, waiting for a mistake to happen. This time round, PSG in Split 3 are looking more proactive in the playoffs. They are the ones trying to make things happen around the Rift, and boy, did they. My lord. And yeah, the Jin in the back line just full tanking an equalizer and limping away. And then looking for more.
RJ actually hit the cool guys don't look at explosions tech.
Yeah.
RKG
还行，
他是
有攻了，多一个，没事没不用硬杀，我踢中了，5打5，看巨魔，看我看热，不要贪，慢慢来，AD 看我，哎看一下，好我可以抬歪，高一下，躲一个清，nice， 再看一个我 W，nice， 走，我放个峡谷，小龙，我卡他，他没大，狐狸没大，没事，我觉得看着按 B， 我放峡谷就好了。A 个虫。
So what we didn't see behind the scenes. So what we didn't see is PSG were just clearly player cam clip farming that game.
That was a lot of You compare that to when we get the CFO ones, and it's like, okay, do this. Now let's hit this guy.
Yeah.
For PSG, it's just all things going all at once with nices at the end.
Yeah, but you also remember when CFO's doing it, it's only 4 people talking because Doggo just doesn't say anything.
True.
Oh, and this looked like it was going to be somewhat of a shout-in, but Casa with a massive flash vault breaker into the face of Cardi. Oh, as soon as it starts, it's just over for the Vikings. Style as well. just suddenly in the middle of a team fight, which is not where you want to be as a Civet.
Yeah. Yeah,
at least not with no front line. You don't want to be the front line.
Yeah, this looked like it could have been good.
Until Style full tanks 2 shots from the curtain call.
Yeah, I don't even necessarily blame him. I think it's on someone to
Yeah,
try
no, Guri should be the one tanking that.
Yeah.
Or Kratos even. But they just completely back off and sort of leave him. And then, yeah, Kratos drops the equalizer to secure the kill onto Aja. When it really does add nothing. Otherwise, it could have been dropped in the choke point on Debedi.
I kind of like that team fight with just the champion.
Oh, yeah, it was. I think it was superior.
I've never heard a replay like that. It's kind of fun. Rumble just constantly yapping.
Yeah, just them chatting smack at each other the entire team fight, and then Ari saying that was poorly timed.
Don't leave.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately for the Vikings, they do fall. Today's results there, of course, on your screen. A very, very quick night where DFM fall to Team Secret Wales just as cleanly as, unfortunately, Vikings fall to PSG. So those two will be going head-to-head in a best-of-5, I believe, on Sunday. And then tomorrow, it'll be up to CFO. They get to choose between Team Secret Wales and PSG as to who they'll go up against.
And we'll probably have that before we get home tonight. But I mean, look, unfortunately, we missed out on the potential of a guaranteed VCS spot at Worlds. But I think the likelihood is still reasonably high, unless DFM suddenly make that Cinderella lower bracket run out of nowhere.
Yep, for sure. And there it is on your screen. You see, we do have tomorrow's games in that round 2 in the upper bracket, where the lower bracket will begin, I believe, Sunday. So CFO, they get to choose between the two. Again, as we sort of said, I think Team Secret Wales is actually the more logical of the choices.
Absolutely.
Because, I mean, PSG won against Vikings just as cleanly as Team Secret Wales won against DFM. The difference being, we know Maple can turn it on in playoffs.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen that on Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, the fact that DFM's only win is coming against the other, you know, LJL representative speaks pretty significant volumes.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see nonetheless. I mean, we only have one more night of best of 3s left, then we get into the best of 5s. And I just love, I mean, to be fair, the other playoffs we've had, we've kind of started the best of 5s. It's been like 3-0s or like, if you're lucky 3-1s. But it does get really, really exciting when you get into those best of 5s and it's going to 5 games and then you get into all these funky champs getting picked up. And
unless you go back-to-back best of 5s that go all 5 games and you start losing your mind at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I don't think we're in too much risk of that.
No,
considering
we're not.
it's not
Thank
part
goodness.
of the schedule. But, I mean, I believe that does us for today. So thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you today's LCP action. Of course, tomorrow we'll see who does CFO choose and will they be able to best them and get themselves a trip to Da Nang and eventually Worlds. We'll see you there.
set in stone in a concrete wall with a heart of gold. It's a bad girl's life and a long, long road. I'm gonna let it shine with the stars in the sky. I'm gonna ride or die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me in my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not ride or die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me in my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not ride or die. Put my ego in the driver's seat and slip my two-way personality. I take one step forward and backwards three. It's a bad girl's life and a lonely street. I'm gonna let it shine with the stars in the sky. I'm gonna ride or die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me in my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not ride or die. Not that I let it go, nothing like me in my pride. Pain is my pleasure, though I am not ride or die. I'll ride or die. I'll ride or die. I'll ride or die. I'll ride or die. You ran into the headlights. Went off without a warning, out of my arms. The bluish black that comes after the dark. Stay into the daylight breaks my heart. I'm so beyond you, it's beyond me. I'm so beyond you. It's beyond me. I'm so beyond you. You keep in the same place while the time keeps moving. It's like the wonders out from where it comes. A fog that dissipates before the dawn. A room that settles low can be so haunting. A step into the sun after so long. I'm so beyond you. It's beyond